Here. Morning, how are you? Good?
Here. What's that? I said we're good here. Make a little document. Good morning. Huh? How's the coffee this morning? Fun? No.
Wahaha. Our secret plan has come through. Look at that logo. What's that? It's a turtle.
Direct translation of their name. It's a turtle butt. A turtle one way.
Might be, or is it a turtle head? I don't know. Like the head.
Turtle head's that sharp one.
I mean, turtle. But you want to make some money? You can sell yourself as an executive coach. There's a lot of money in it.
Odd choice of first words or push.
Get, build,
Unstuck. Unstuck confidence.
Get unstuck.
I use unstuck. Unstuck confidence. Good morning. Okay. You work at home? Lunch. I'll get out of your way in just a second. Did you get some good stuff so far?
I sure did.
Awesome.
What is it that you're giving people? You're giving them like Arduino, and you're giving them stuff like that.
Well, they're getting, from Intel they got Edison boards and development kits. All the teams that wanted to use them. Microsoft set them up with Azure, and they'd be able to develop in that. And so far everyone has, well, of the 12 teams that they developed, probably 10 are all using Azure. I think every team has an Edison board.
Let me write that down really quick because my multiple figures is most of it. So we've got 12 teams, one possible convention crasher.
They've all gotten Edison, Intel Edison boards.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
They won't all necessarily use the same solutions, but they've all gotten their hands on them. With an Internet of Things development system.
Yeah, I heard this a couple of years ago when they were talking about wearables. Yeah, that was really neat. Thank you. Let me know if there's anything else you want to do. I don't want to get in your face as you're working, so I'll probably be good for pictures here.
I want to hack the hardware on one of them, and I want to hack the software on the other one.
Just needed to regulate the speed. Good morning.
think it's just because it's so much fun, like people in the and then the support that you get. Like, I don't know how to use this. I don't even know where to get
God. It's the second year and that. School is fun.
That doesn't come apart, right?
Right. I like Clementine.
Clementines are really good. I love tangerines. Those are my favorite.
Yeah. Clementine's
Very similar, but a little different.
For me, clementines are like fruit candy.
Wait, they're what?
Fruit candy.
My favorite for fruit candy is always melons. Honeydew, cantaloupe, watermelon. Love them. And they're great, especially like in the morning. You get one of the little ones, like they cut it in half. Breakfast.
We have another one.
Yeah. No,
Right. Yeah, it's just like
Let things fill up.
what's
Yeah,
that?
let things fill up. This thing never seemed to work.
It didn't. No.
Oh, the remote's in my bag.
you wanna be last or first? So the judges are getting warmed up, I think, right into the warm-up zone, but you down to the board.
If you want to get a slot for presenting your project, just write your team name in, kind of wherever you want to go.
Yeah, well,
Mask on towel.
It's their plan.
Yeah, it's the name for everything.
Ahora entonces este disco grande. Se apoyan
Oh my god.
It's a backyard.
Well, you know what? They still taste good.
They still taste good, but you gotta take a shower after eating them.
I had to wash my hands, yeah. But you know what though? At least they're not the bland ones that feel perfectly sometimes, and then other times they're just like nice and fruity, but then bland again.
Yeah.
And dry.
Oh yeah, the dry ones.
Yeah, yeah.
I did have problems with my after. Did it reach the value?
I thought it was.
I thought it was, but now it's just
You must have been through modified too.
For now. I gotta pass it.
There you go. Good.
Okay.
So you good?
Yeah. Oh, I'll send you an email and
Yeah. Yeah, I'm terrible at those. I gotta.
LinkedIn profile.
No, gonna go get my computer and I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna sit over here by you and.
Oh, okay, okay. You're here. Okay, do you want, I signed us up for number 7. Now it's all nice. But Sam, the doctor is somewhere in the middle. Because like, it's like the whole...
Well, you know, they're just getting started with the first two, right? And the last several that were. No. I think 3 is probably about the sweet spot. All right. See how it goes. I did bring the next guy a new one. No, usually I don't. They always ask. Yeah, it's fine with me. Ooh, you got the judge. I don't want to. Oh, there's Brett.
Oh, Brett's here?
Yeah, Brett Steele.
Like, I want help with like packing. Is he the one who's on?
Right, you're not going to do it right now, right?
No.
Yeah. After you turn stuff in and before the president. That's a dead spot.
Yeah, okay.
Everything in.
I'm working on the presentation. I get here at 8. Captain. No, I thought I was going to do it. I woke up, I was so excited about it.
Like Photoshop, like what the app would look like, kind of how that works.
You're going to give me a screenshot.
So you see all my Ferraris down the street there?
Oh.
Like a Ferrari company.
Oh, no. screenshots to make it look like you want to show like the other Android phone, and you have to like stick the screen in here. You need it now? I can do that. Oh, of course, yeah. Can you send me a screenshot of like why are you going somewhere? To get breakfast? Can I give you money? I don't have time to do it. I mean, usually I don't. Yeah. Wait, are you done with everything? No, I mean, do you want to help me with the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So go to I'm gonna start because I took a lot of photos, screenshots of like news stories. And I thought this is gonna plop in my They're all like, I don't know. This is like a.
About the internet.
Well, I don't like. Then I would have to like get URL. This is all the stuff I was like waiting for. Yeah, you can do that. What is it? Like in Oh yeah, you these stories, they don't, they talk about these stories. They don't really have a story. They don't have like video footage of this happening. You know, the actors not fully. So that's why I had to do stuff like where it is, but like I can't find
There's no shots of it.
no.
Even if you just like
Oh, try it. Trust me. Trust me. It's hard to find.
I did bring my good camera.
It's usually like an illustration that they create.
Yeah.
So you do searches for news stories that are in Washington Post, San Francisco Chronicle, New York Times. I did find stories on legislation, like times. I got numbers. Brisbane, Pennsylvania, and Australia.
I always think that I'm gonna get tired of teaching or whatever. I don't teach sometimes I get
I'm just gonna drop those images in there. I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't have any comments.
I like your
I have like
this one I would have.
I have
Spell out Hello Kitty. Yeah, sure, I can do it. It'll be pretty small. Sure.
We have the
Yeah. Sorry.
we have name.
They sent it to me?
Bob is like
No. But I can put them in two Google Docs. Go on the website and go to Pasadena. And then I'll send you a wait list. Pretty much. But that
I brought my box cutter, so if you want, we can make it grow. Yeah, you do. You need to like. I mean, I thought we were gonna borrow that guy's carrot, and then paste that underneath. So I brought my box cutter.
Pretty cool, actually. You guys do that. That would be cool. Just to have that sit
It didn't work.
like our app works.
sketch something out, like in Chrome.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to not work.
Did you take screenshots? Even if you gave me a full, it would be better if you gave me kind of like the responsive version of the map. But if not, you could just give me the whole screenshot and I'll like pop everything together.
Yeah, probably just have a screenshot. Like crop over like
No.
lane,
Oh, okay.
like
I have to hop over. Wait, can you see what I'm
crop it
saying? Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it like when you signed up for number one, but nobody signed up for 2 or 3?
I guess that things are thinking that they can make it like it's more meaningful. But I wasn't sure if we were gonna do it. So I was gonna put it like I was gonna put it down really like low like Sam said, oh you want it to be middle. So I think that's
I'd rather be more
good.
I had to wait until Mom gets it. So I'm running it through like an emulator.
Oh no, don't do that. Where's that website?
Well, I just want to have like
I'm gonna make it. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do that. Oh, I can do that. I thought you wanted to do that. Of our website. I think it looks great. Functionally it works.
How late did you stay?
Oh.
Just have like a base that has like and then all you have to do is kind of like draw in like the clear red area. And yeah,
You don't do any but I do have a question. So what area do you want to shoot?
here.
Oh, in this area. Okay, so I'll take a screenshot of the map and I'll I can find it later.
Cool.
Oh no, don't do that. There's like a higher resolution available. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is
So basically what I want to do is show this. Already in app. This shows you the libraries. It's like the R's grades, planes flying nearby, regional weather, and local.
okay.
So it's like an improvement on something that's FAA website.
Okay, we'll get that. I'm gonna start working on that. Let me just finish. What did you say? Oh, you said fine. Okay, let me just finish like the base part of the presentation.
Well, we have to wrap everything in.
Add all of what here, and then you can just like organize this.
I said I'd bring it and I brought it.
Well, actually,
Yours is also collective data.
yeah, it
So
shows
you know what
weather
it
and
could
collects.
do? I mean, like, think about it. If there are, like, 2 drones flying around, you can even show, you can layer on top of this map other users.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can show other drone pilots, not just, see, that's they only have those libraries, but they don't have, like, Travis is one of the launch radar we can see that on your map. You would be able to collect, I mean, you can't see it now, but that could be an added feature that you can have.
Yeah.
You know,
You just put some sort of GPS tracking in again.
on the thing, right? The 2 drones have the same device, and, you know, if all the toys. No, but it's like user generated. This is why you would have to generate. You would have to create your own database, right? And collect that data.
But I mean, like, like, what is the thing that gives the data? It has to be like some sort of extension.
Yeah, it would be like Travis as a drone and the Apache as a drone, right? And
Yeah. So
collect
what on that is what I'm saying.
Oh, what on this? Here.
That does accelerate. So I can like GPS it. But I don't know if it exists.
Oh, some drones are. Oh, so you're thinking about adding
If it exists, I don't know if it exists.
That's something that you say.
It could be like a possibility.
That could be a feature. If you're trying to make it
Okay, let's be consistent about what our wheels look like. Oh, the nice size avocado. And we are making and then look at the duck babies right on. And we have a
I know, isn't that great? It's like my school. But 10 times a minute.
Daniel.
Where's that? Did you get that? Dan, give the IDs to
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's maybe one the ones that are like, okay, we didn't get it done.
You like orange better?
I'll go and see.
It's more like you get Manolo ones, you get orange or color bar. Oh, that's right.
I made the camera go away.
Here's the extra. Oh,
Yeah, that's
How much am I on? Friday.
Now the question is, which one do I go with?
Call me that one.
Just try to hit all those big points that you wrote down.
Looking for it.
How many places can it go?
Do you have the
That's the only reason for it. Actually, that's the only real.
I don't know an iPhone.
And I bought equipment. Tammy, thicker ones.
My phone charger. Sure, sure
Is that the girls were putting in my bag?
Yeah, somebody took this.
There's a big roll right there. We didn't think we got it. All right. As opposed to you guys yesterday.
They said they'll come in an hour.
Oh, okay.
We got the center of the Everything else. Oh, we're gonna wrap everything. What else are we gonna do?
No, Chad's over on the presentation. I'm getting most of it ready. I put like all my points on there, but
A little more. Pretty much. We could just throw on some more tinsel.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, if you want.
Oh, he's not here yet? Okay. He's a hard worker. Train him young. Train him hard.
Why don't you do all the others?
It'll just be a small tube.
If you have any tubes that are already made,
you're glad to be present. I think I
Here's all the stuff I have. And there's tape and there's tape and here's a box cover if you want to just I took everything out. I didn't want to mess it up.
Have you totally imagined? You can't imagine having an app on your phone.
It's like a program. It's like a I can see like a bunch of teenagers but like if you want like it depends on who you're marketing. If you want women to like live stuff, you would have to make it more
I would go in on it.
yeah, exactly. Curious Grove. Curious Grove sounds cute. But like if I were a mother and I had a kid, I buy girl flyers and I buy Curious Grove. You can't
says like for a 5.
Exactly. That's what, if I were a mother and I had kids, it doesn't matter.
You don't want your 5-year-old flying your own anyway.
If they were like, if they wanted to play, Mom, can I get food to grow? And I'm like, Mom, should I buy drone fly? And I'm like, no to drone fly? Yes, drone fly have like, power, okay, we settled on this. I already wrote drone fly. But if you wanted to expand your market, like in the
Oh yeah, but
I didn't know
Like, I'll be back next month, check out the Maserati.
And then it kind of
You know, about 2 days of rental,
Yeah.
pretty much is substantially less than the lease or
And
no responsibility.
Now I'm out of the silence.
Sam, Salvador, Loans are in the same place. Work early, work often, no time on. Well, yeah, I come from a long line of
Yes. Which is what will be coming in the source code.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm in a fairly class. I can take more time. Wow. And I still look forward to it. You know, the only whiteboard I found in the place is back on the corner. That's kind of like formal whiteboard. I mean, there's that one, but it's like obviously never used.
Anyways.
Brought to me 17 out of
Okay, yeah.
He's on here. Yeah.
we have the GPS sensor.
Alright, look for Danny. Look for Ed.
Working on it, boss.
How'd that one work for you? That one worked? Way better, okay. Alright. Sorry about the troubles in that one. Maybe we'll note that.
I brought my boss
It is an essential piece.
And then I spent like a good 2 hours trying to make that.
He can. That's awesome. There you go. Yeah.
Goes out a negative. I will move it. I was like I was gonna make it for negative, but then they captured it. But no, with our app. Okay, I guess that's the negative, but with our app. What they can do.
Yeah, I do agree that
Wait, did I put it in the hospital? Oh, you're being sarcastic. No, it's people drive.
Oh, he was freaking out. I was gonna go
Chances are you would want to say no?
What little kid is going to be traveling around?
I don't know.
It's one, what we can do is
I had one visit.
you know what, if you want, I'll give you the judges.
Yeah. But you're not like officially in the
Right, I'll make it on. What's your name? Tom Joe? Tom Joe?
Dumb
Ryan and Joe. Not Tom Joe. So which line is that?
Let's start over, alright? We have a good start. 2 hours.
Baseball? I
I want to call.
my Xbox account, I think it's called Saver 7. Because I made it when I was 7.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason why I had to change that was because otherwise my linter wouldn't cast the test. Because that was a really poor API definition on their part. So I fixed it, quote unquote. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Saves that
There's oil clouds.
So you met my assistant. Small he's scrounging food there. He's on work. Yes, actually. Go right ahead. Actually, power up again. Show it. There's no actual my part required. Just grab it. What's your name? Is drone? They can probably see it. Yeah. So like, they fly. So the things that happen just a variant of the same world. And now that aerogel, which is a logical sound transition models more modern versions of those. I was thinking of pulling, some out.
Well, you know what we could say.
I mean, if you wanted to work on that, probably not at all.
We could say, I feel like you can either have it to pass that, or you can use it as like a base station together.
More interactive, more interactive. Yeah, you may only, work on it. Because it's super cool. The fact that it's so happy, versus like other it's not supported. You're I was wishing it was one of those because like it's so small. I kept crashing and the car
Like Josh was in charge of this and
and it's right next to the really important surface without which so it's like a whole effort like changing the thing is the way they
or even like flash things.
Compared to what I've done that yeah, no, I very much doubt. Just because also I have to stand my life. Because of all my very good
What are you guys doing? Come on, for real.
You gotta wait for the presentation.
It's like a integrated, has a bunch of sensors on it, right? We're gonna have it integrated into an app that we don't have yet, but an app that will track nearby planes, weather, has like altitude, GPS location, weather, stuff like this. So like I don't know what kind of app for like people.
So you programming this program?
Yeah, I think it's mostly have to do just kind of like finishing it up and then passing it to the editor.
Have you started working on the presentation yet?
Yeah,
Well, we're helping out with presentation for until you
they sent us the example one.
Yeah, it's
And like demonstrating using a whole thing, like these LED magnets, which street teams use. It's like you could put out there. So yeah, fear of the unknown.
And what we could do is we're worried about like
He's got lasers on. Actually, I haven't shown you. When it was at I was like, go to the switch to lasers.
They caught me just as I got in from my phone. I was like, oh, hi. Other than shorts and flip-flops. That might not be very good for I know, probably good for them. I suppose I could go back and put my little sneakers still. I don't know if I'd be happy. So yeah, I have a ton of actual sweaters that I wear. Yeah, exactly. And this you roll up and shove it inside of your yeah, right there with my t-shirt. No one else. And something like this, I'd be like, okay, let's go. And other times. Did you get lots of ideas for the kids and stuff? The only thing I want to do is to get the best shit.
So, the days where
That's what I found.
Got a whiteboard in here for 7. I've redone one of our conference choices. I have a whiteboard. You have and you know, sometimes you just need to say, well, okay, this is where the problem gets to where this needs to go. Just to be broad. I think it's you know, and then so when people like hop over something, I'm going, wait a minute, you lost something. I'm like, I don't know how you got to change it because we didn't actually know the answer. Good morning. Yeah, I know. And look what I did. I'm like, but I don't have clothes like that. I mean, I did. I wore my black pants already, but of course I still got it. And they were so that's what I was wearing when I came back. I'm like, oh, those are oil. I opened them. I was going to say, well, maybe I'll wear this. And I went, no. It would be a dead giveaway for any female. Would be like, oh, you get those afterwards. Yeah, I did. Guilty. You know, I Hi, how is everybody here? Is that it? Oh, that is. So there wasn't. I took a 2-mile walk. Oh yeah, yeah, just to whoever could take me.
So, look at the how long
Just a crappy
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me in the back? Yes? No? Weak? No? Okay. So I just wanted to touch base on a couple of things. One, welcome everybody back. Good morning. Sunday morning. You guys all showed up early. That was awesome. And are like right back at it. So I guess everyone's got awesome ideas that they're eager to get finished. So I won't take much of your time here. But I did want to talk about a few things because there are some things we need to do to get these projects ready to go live. The first thing is you all have to register your projects. So to do that, you go to the website where you logged in and signed up for this event, 2016.spaceapps.challenge.org, and go to the challenge that you're doing. So go into the challenge page, pick the challenge you're doing, and there you'll see this Create a Project Solution button. Go in there, click that button. You'll get this page. You just put your solution title. It asks for a video. You can ignore that for now. That is if you win today. If you're a first or second place team, then you'll have a week to create a video for NASA. But for today, you can ignore that. Then you go down, there's a spot you can put in an image if you guys have a logo for your team. So you can take a big selfie of your team, put it up there. It asks for team members, so put in everyone's name there. If you're having difficulty finding yourself or someone on your team, come find me. You can try to re-register with a different name and do that. We've had a few teams with trouble finding their members in the website, but just get as much information in there as you can, and we'll work with you to get that fleshed out. It is important that you're in there by the end of the day. So once you start it, you can go back in and edit it. But get as much information in there as you can, because if you win and then it goes off to NASA and somebody is left off the team and then you win and you get invited to a launch and you say, oh, we had 3 other people, they won't believe you. So you have to get the information in today. So that is important. Real quick check, here's where we are on our timeline. Hopefully everybody got a little sleep last night. We are here. This is our little reality check, and that is that in just a few hours you'll be up here on stage presenting your project to all of us and the judges. A couple things on that. One, you get 5 minutes to present your project. We'll have a little bit of time after that for Q&A, but if you have a demo, if you have a video you want to show, factor all of that in. So come up with a good 5-minute, nice, tight, tidy, concise presentation. A couple of things we'll do to help you out. The first is, I'd like to show you this stage. It's big. It has space way up here in front. This is a great place to stand when you're talking to everyone. Anyone who was here last year remembers that we made a lot of use of this back corner. Right? This team stood right where that sign is. So this year, come out here, stand in front, relax, take a deep breath, and present. We have Emily here, who many of you met yesterday or on Friday. She's going to walk around and offer her services to each team to help you with your presentations. She has a great eye and ear for how to tell a story, so and how to create a nice tight narrative. So when she comes to your table, comes to your team to offer help, I'd suggest taking her up on it. Spend a few minutes talking to her, tell her what you're trying to do, and take her advice and make good use of it. So that's it for now. Everyone heads back down, keep working, and we will have lunch at noon, presentations at 1. Be sure to register your projects, and it's great to see everybody.
And that's his son. So it's a little bit about
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, I know what song is that now. I see all of the other ones automating like I mean people lines and like music things and like they I just got some smart goals for this trip and I live in Facebook on a little station instead of dark I installed a bunch of people sync them up so that I like I'm outside. I don't like your own recipe. You know, I was like doing laughing my ass off. A lot of people do. I remember
I'll move it in, yeah.
So that kind of drove us so far. Before you're done with your sentence, we're over. No, I think we're so
Kind of like if you were charging phones. Like,
Each team is one table?
Each team is about one table, yeah. So you can kind of look. There's one in the back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But sometimes they don't all present. Sometimes their idea is not quite ready. So,
I'm gonna get 14 of these pages.
those are the calendars.
I like day
And
zero.
then I check that I see how well they do it. And if they do it good, I go, oh, I already did it.
Well, this is the farmer guys.
Honorary. Very good.
That's my name.
Your name's translated as Savior?
Savior.
Savior, what is it?
And that Savior is that.
Kind of an independent.
Huh?
Mine's Megan everywhere I go. But I don't know what it is. Maybe you can find out.
His is,
Well, then I would suggest.
Jose.
Jose.
Right.
Right.
Ben.
Jose, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
He calls me Jose. I call him Savior.
Savior.
a white iPhone charger here.
Because he can always pull on just his
Wait,
card.
you mean, is there one or did one
Was
get
there
left?
one here
You
yesterday?
can't really negotiate.
Sue would be better. Let me find out. And it's for iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think
Well, I
you
know
left
there's a
it here?
Samsung one.
Yeah,
So.
Okay.
my other teammates might have it, but I actually couldn't know. I'll check and see.
Oh, this one.
Well, we are at Space Apps Pasadena, and we realized that one of the requirements for the global winners around the world is to produce a 30-second video pitch. So Beth Beck from NASA, tell us why storytelling is important.
Storytelling is important because without your story, you can have the best app, best solution ever, but if you can't tell why it matters, it's still just the best app ever. But if you want to have one that moves forward, people have to get it. They need to connect with why it matters, who cares. That's really important. So what? Who cares? Those are the best questions to answer.
Perfect. And Carrie Freeman from the global organizing team at Space Apps, why is it strategically important? Like, what is it about storytelling or the 30-second pitch that matters?
Yeah, people need to quickly understand what is the problem you're trying to solve and how does your solution, your innovation actually solve that problem. So it's something that they can quickly latch their brains around and think, aha, that's exactly what I need.
Perfect. So Elisa Doyle and Emily Skye have produced a 30-second little graphic here. They're going to walk over and give you some more tips. Perfect.
Absolutely. Yeah. So 30 seconds isn't a long time, but it's totally possible. And here the Space Apps team has created a model that you can use for your pitch. So in 30 seconds, you can actually hit all the points you need to get your idea across to an audience and connect with them emotionally. So let's just walk you through the model quickly. It starts from you, it goes to your solution, and it goes out into the world and connecting to the audience. So first, obviously, introduce yourself and your team. Say your name, say your team's name, set the stage, lead us in. Tell us where are we, what topic are we in? Then get to your solution. Give it a name, give it a tagline. Let us imagine all the ways that your solution can help the world. So you do this with a tagline. It triggers a series of associations. It's something that we can remember you by and remember your solution by. Give us a 10-second walkthrough of your idea. What is it like to use the product? And then build it out. Look into the future. Tell us where you are today, where your solution will be tomorrow, where it will be in 10 years. Paint a picture. Make it exciting for us. What else can we do to really connect with the audience? Emily, you've been working with a lot of participants today.
Hi. So basically, another example, just to add on to what Elisa is saying, is I like to listen to music. So I'll listen to my favorite song for 30 seconds, and I know exactly when I need to stop. So that song will set the tone of what I'm pitching. So I will listen to the song, I will say it out loud a million times, and the tone of the song each time, I know where to hit those marks. So that's a really cool tip. Right now we're walking around to table and we're really helping each team structure not only their 30-second pitch, but how to do their pitch deck to prepare them to go on stage. And that's been really helpful because they're so open to wanting to learn how to master the perfect pitch. Because just like what Beth was saying, if you have a really great idea, that's great, but if you can't get that across to the general mass of people and have an emotional connection to them, it goes nowhere and no one will work with you. So this is just a little of the stuff we're doing right now.
And she's making me think of one more thing. Please be funny.
Yes,
Make the
have a
judges
personality.
laugh. Yes, we
Yes.
want to not laugh at your work, but laugh with you
Yes.
at the humor. And believe me, judges and participants, people will remember your video if they've laughed at it.
Exactly.
You can see a lot of videos, you remember that one that made you giggle. So think about that.
Absolutely. Personality is key.
Thanks, everyone. Good luck.
Thank you.
Happy
Bye.
pitching.
Happy pitching.
like the hook spot.
So one of the teams has Aaron Bailey was working with an overnight. He's not going to be here today. Just a little suggestion. I think
You have to, so you have to HTW get with the tool from Jimbo. That one for you.
Why do you guys do it on stage? Let's go on stage. Like, hey, we're here.
You trying to put it in? By the way?
So you're saying I should do this?
I'm thinking, no. I'm thinking, keep your arm straight. Put it right. Put your arm there. Just for practice.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt again, but please, if you haven't signed up for a slot for your presentation, please do so. It is just to the left of the water there on the wall. It's just a piece of paper. You just write your team name down, but please sign up so that we can get you on the scorecards. Thank you.
Europa. So here's my Europa.
You can even have her like do it down
What's the library called? Python-API.
Yeah, we can't do anything at all.
The duration?
No.
Call out the asteroid here. You have that value.
What would you gonna do?
Huh?
What would you ask?
Like
that doesn't tell you like so. What do you need to know? Like, you would actually need to know where it is relative to the Earth at any particular time. So if you launch at a specific time to rendezvous, and that's all orbital work that keeps you.
I love it.
There's no way you can put that model into the service.
So and then now, okay. So there's this really cool app called Snapseed. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture
Yeah, I'll show you. Now it's going to cover up. You want to make sure that the end is the pattern is straight flat. And it's quick as this, and then it's inside one side. So keep it straight. Oh yeah, and the power back up straight. Yeah, I think this is one way to use.
Haven't you read enough comic books to know what happens in this sort of situation, man?
Hold it up. Oh, give one administrator well, you can't start doing that. Yeah, hold up.
Yeah. It was like Florida when I was in Vegas for like a couple hours. I was like, I have to get this case.
I bought that with
So it actually has a little CPU cable that I put on there, so there's a thing called a light loop. And so it's $15 plus $25 for the
CPU unit, which has accelerometer and a temperature probe and Bluetooth. You get data to the acceleration unit also. So we went through the
After some improvisation, pull closer to the ground. One wheel turns. Better. Let's see if we can get both the wheels facing this side.
What is the issue?
Try it now.
Here, let's turn it around.
Okay. Getting most of the wheels turning. There you go.
They seem stuck against.
There's something, is there something on the...
Like this, like it's a little
Yes,
too
right
close
here, or maybe the ridges on here.
Yeah.
They're not
Let
wet
the
enough.
orientation.
We could try that.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Let's see how those work. May give us a little more breathing. Yeah, it will.
I usually do something like this. People score something, and if somebody scores 17-10, trying to look that out.
So I asked for this one. Yeah. I'm open
Thank you so much.
Eh mais je suis con, mais t'es en partage d'écran. C'est pour ça que c'est là. En partage d'écran. En vrai, ça va être pas sur le PC.
They are.
Sometimes it's just someone else looking at it.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it. Technically challenged.
Now you already have Is it up? Okay, hit the on.
I wanted to rotate out.
Team Hello Kitty. We are designing a
Oh, look at you guys.
I work in finance actually, economics background, but hobby robotics. So the project that we're currently working on kind of gave me the chance to project my interest in robotics and bring it to life, and also work with an amazing team of people I never would have met from JPL and different backgrounds.
Are you from Pasadena?
No, I'm not. I live in Australia, but I work in
I need the pull down. Yeah, you got it. Pull down the resistor that normally actually ground. Is it the
See you later on.
How are you guys?
Want to practice? So I'm the mentor. This guy is I'm going to swap.
This is my first day in the office.
This guy's pretty, what, 20 minutes? And he's already pretty good. Think about it. No one else is going to play with that. Young Padawan.
It's like a young Padawan. Being trained by.
Although actually, if you're using the same file name, it's an auto integrate. Like, don't name it like slash rotated. Just like leave it the same name, like d4.png or whatever it was.
The final ones, yeah.
Because then we'll just, our code already calls those things, so we'll just call the right ones.
So what I did it, but it was really
Charge my battery. I just rechargeable batteries like that. That's battery powered.
I bet that's what that is.
Yeah, but not with me.
I wonder if you
I don't know. What do you want to talk? Let me see what you have.
One that's all
I know. I don't know.
Can you download from the desktop? Oh, yes.
Oh, I love your, latest just was great. You guys did a really good job. It's Hey, good morning. How you doing? You've been here so late, man. It's your 8 o'clock. Yeah. Where do you live? 9
I always get some scheduling.
Crash for a couple hours.
I was thinking about getting a room.
No,
I have a box cutter.
No, you have to let the thing go.
Oh, I gotta let it go? Oh, let me try to get that. Oh, I have power.
Also power. Oh, I
It actually gives like actual
So, thank you to the IDF.
Yeah, 20 minutes, I'm ready.
That one is supposed to level.
You know, you might want to say at Mach 1.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, and I talked to Mike too, but I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay. And my son is one of your assistant judges. So let me know if he needs, extra supervision.
Did you say it?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Not a real issue. Don't worry, he'll be on the adjunct primary.
That's fun. Yeah.
Did they have? No, I mean I stopped it. Yeah. Is it gonna bother you? Like, is it on?
I just want to make sure.
No, it turned off because I just reset it. Alright, turn it on. Hey, good morning.
Oh, it says, okay, it's a trackpad.
Oh, that's alright. Oh, wait.
Looks like
So you can hook up a headset to this.
Yeah.
What do you got on
Can I play?
What do you have? Oh, that was that?
They have like their own, yeah, that makes sense. They
So
have their
this
own
is
racks.
on Steam as a VR game.
Sorry.
So the solution to removing server space is running it's spelled weird. It's mine.
What? Oh, okay. A space cat? No.
After? Yeah, sure. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's so funny.
What we're gonna do
Yeah, if you want to read it, thank you.
What happened to the other pipe?
They're at the VR house because they have better Wi-Fi and everything set up there. They're gonna finish doing that a little bit.
Like, that's not alright. Just disappear on me. Outdoor testing, Rover. Rover's not
Oh, she sent it?
Right, so if you go and use Google, you go to the Intel site, and then type in the question, it'll be there. I don't quite remember how to do it. But yeah, I'm totally reset. Is that yours? Yeah. So two seats in there, think about having a helicopter line from like San Diego to St. Regis for Ritz-Carlton and the Point. You know, if you come into San Diego Airport, you grease it in, if they're going near the speed of sound, you come in, grease that landing, run over to your limo, and then they'll go. Or you can get in my drone system, fly to the Point, pay me $4,700 and set your setup for your strap in and your takeoff and your data points in there. Right? Your luggage will follow you. Your luggage will just sit down and they can they'll be under. You know, here's it's dash so that we were yeah, this is a document. Did you already try it? Yeah, so it's a dash If you're just using the basics, it's just basically Linux box. Yeah. So, no. Okay, so if you're logged in. What was the login information?
I don't remember. That's what I'm saying.
So you're going to have to replay it. Yeah.
Oh, you guys brought me a parrot sound.
sort of thing that's pretty specific.
It's not north.
You know the zip code? Does anybody know the zip code here?
And there was a cable.
Oh, yeah.
Cable's actually. But I had a cable. They can't really texture.
I still want a screenshot, but I may or may not get it.
They only did you're on a stage in like an early band group and you're like, you can just see it.
Emily asked me to send a question about Reddit. It's Joe, right? Okay. This is Mary.
Entire stream yesterday. Plus $21. Got that minute here.
Like, what if I go to try it and do it. right here. I'll give you if you don't want to if I gave you let's talk about
Yeah, I'll be there to support, but you do most of the talk because they Ann and I right now I can't memorize them. But I want to be, I do want to be like with the, I do want to message. Yeah. Even though okay. Yeah, just Ann and I were connected to explain what
Adapting to a world of finite resources. We're going to get asteroids and then there won't be finite resources anymore.
So is the plane that I'm showing flying over the that red zone, is that an airplane or is that I gotta go. Oh, I think you made that. Yeah, there There's this big
Right, and I think, right, just to see where it blossoms, right, you know, and because he's also and so then he's kind of second,
Just that little.
but that's
You have to cross over the Wi-Fi. The problem is you get the problem is you need the board to interface. Kind of use it. They do sell it like that.
Okay, Travis, do you want to see the airplane?
yeah, I think that would be great, is because the other part is how do you
Were you downloading the Edison for downloading?
and he's in.
Are you on the start off the
Should I have it fly that way?
Just have it on there. That looks perfect.
I want to have it fly that way. Oh, Travis and me, I'm going to do another one. So I added, this is like some back. Click on this. And then I don't know what to call it.
You don't have to see that. I want to have those on all the time.
But it doesn't have a lot. Well, then I'll have it all run and I'll just do different colors.
We all have kids, aren't you afraid of anything that come out of their mouths? We're working on this. Yeah.
But the way that I use them, I've been able to find it so we can do it.
It shouldn't matter that you're on the way back, but I will check.
The guy that's what I'm looking for is on the wait list, not on the main.
That's not always the best
they started 6 years ago. They're 2 years ago. Whatever social media. And that was yeah, we got 15.
I think people are just like.
And you're gonna do.
You're starting? My team started. I'm gonna do one.
Everybody, I'm just trying to track down teams and figure out how many people we have on teams. What's your team name? 5, fabulous. And 5 of you. Is that all you? Thank you.
Is it on the Wi-Fi? Maybe on the Wi-Fi. Get it on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I had some.
Good how are they going to communicate back to you?
See, I have started a Virginia craft movies every year, so I get it. We always need it. Yeah, we always need it.
Hey guys, a quick update. A lot of you have been trying to register your teams and have had trouble finding certain team members. It was because they were on the wait list. So I've moved everybody from the wait list onto the registered list. So please try to add your teammates who you were having trouble adding before. And if you're still having trouble, let me know. Okay?
Can you add it? I told her order it, and then we have
It could work.
Looked like I saw
What?
Yeah, so when do you want to do it? Yeah, that's
And
So now,
Hey, Han, can you send me a screenshot of that button for Android? Oh, the phone. I just need a screenshot because it's PFP file. Do you really give me a screenshot? Okay. It says like I downloaded the PFP, but like I can't open the Photoshop. Use the box. Did you open that way? Yes. Or do you guys want me to send you the screen?
Yeah, you did. No, more recently than that, or video.
That's fine.
But we can do like even better. Last time I saw him. No, he came out there after
Maybe too big.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Or are you using the button?
So did you email it?
I just put it on Slack.
You did?
Okay, just because you're on the global edge. Yes, I do. But otherwise, I'm saying this is
I didn't actually.
And I was wondering too, do they want people
Anyway, so I'll introduce us. I'll talk about the issues currently and then what we're doing our testing.
Yes. Yeah, I can. I've done this before, and sometimes it's a little iffy on the it's hard to I like it well.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's what I
The purple is other growth black violet. It doesn't matter, it's just like a placeholder for later on.
Okay.
Like,
Submit it like 5 minutes.
Yeah, just place that in the deck right now, for now, and then while I'm going to change it right now. I can do whatever you want. Do it on the stage. Do you want a circle?
It's like a
Do you want me to just drop it in the deck and then come over and I can work what you want. It was in here.
just make the purple thing a smaller circle and push it through the drone. Pilots will say other drones.
Other drones?
No, well, that's a good question.
And that's what I was like, I didn't know what you call that. That's a good
You're right there, yeah. And I always. Great. Wait, and then I lost it.
I'm gonna
Yeah, it looks really good on that side.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to come over here and look at what I'm putting? Tell me if the size
Is that little
Let's try. Let's try to do
right click.
People get cranky when they're hungry.
Oh, I know.
Oh, that's great.
What did you want me to try a little harder?
That's just like
Sure, they're working. Like merge code.
Yeah, I was hoping not to announce like a few of those details, but we do. It's HDMI, which is we have that. We have the adapter. No, we're gonna let everyone run up their own. It's just easier.
No, I agree with that. Just
Formatting
wanted to make sure.
Cool.
So we're using source. So they want to go and do that. And so they sell and then they get up on the move. Completed, yeah. So then the stories but I don't think you're right.
How's it coming over here?
It works. Yeah, so Dyson, when I came up with this idea, and we actually got to
Yeah, no, don't take it from me. I just like, but that's
I think we got a lot done. Now things aren't working, they're running up and lucky because they have to shower. Yeah, it's just good. Come on, hey, Joe? No. Rob. Thanks. Everything okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You want lady that she's living in. She's had it for a long time. Ability to very frustrating with various reasons. So I'm flying over to be nice to them. Like, so if you're not oh my gosh.
I saw I've done
We'll talk later. Sam. I had the same problem. Wait, to get rude. No, it's not. Is there a note that I can ask you to oh, you have the
okay. Hello, everybody. May I please have your attention for a minute or two? The good news, food is here, lunch is served. Please help yourself. The bad news is you've got 45 minutes to get your presentations ready. So, if anyone would like to check their presentation before you get on stage live in front of the judges panel, please bring it up and you can check it out over here. You can plug it in, you can make sure your deck works. I advise this if you're working on something that you've never presented from before, a surface that you borrowed. For instance, also if you have audio, good to come up and test it, make sure that everything on your laptop or your tablet is set for the right settings so that audio actually comes out of the speakers. So please come up here, be patient with the guys, but come up and check your stuff. Try to get some food so nobody passes out on stage, and good luck.
Oh, okay. Alright, go ahead. Go food.
Where's hanging out around?
I thought that was great. This is a great space. I like this a lot.
The first one is
Okay.
But it shouldn't take more than. That was a big sign right here. Yeah, what kind of change it's metallized.
So I wanted to learn
metallized pylon. Pretty much everything came either from Eclipse or
oh, he's like up there.
Well, I think we have the only thing that isn't like computer based. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah.
No, I'll be there.
Not the red back.
Yeah, so you'll great. Oh my God. The red.
Did I tell you about Venice? That's just in the
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. I was almost part of the case.
next year. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, that's why I don't have any. Like I'm okay with it.
I mean, that's gotta be it. No, I don't think so. Yeah, the ducks were experimenting with the hills. simple, very flexible. You know, in fact, this is one here. This is the board. This is the board, and then comes with a little secret processor, common processor. So when it comes to this assembly, so that's part of the point is putting it together. And so it uses this basic board processor. It's attached up here, so you have to attach the processor, and then attach this little big sheet of board. And then you can so you get this extra box, and it's got power adapter, it's got all these different sensors. Accelerometer, ref vibration. We have different kits. This is kind of like a general kit. And so if you're a nuclear kit, we're going to do there are some that are one that's this is a solution a lot of, we find that a lot of participants you know, they want to do it, and get it, they know what to do, and they roll out the system, but they're scared. And so we have a pretty big team in here. And so we have our slim help and then we have owners.
So the challenges that we've done thus far are we started with so when that first report came out, but we find the similars
You guys asked me.
and a lot of times it doesn't necessarily get and a lot of thirsty and hungry for them to come out through that vector. And we try to encourage them, even if you're not really stuck on it,
It does help because you're like, oh, okay.
crash the software, break everything, like just
they're incredibly resilient. They'll figure it out. Yeah.
Exactly. But there's some teachers that are confident enough to do that.
Well, yeah, she thought it did something like this. Right? I couldn't because she'd be here. It was a helpful. But if I had her off leash, she'd run over here and then she had the rest of the time. Yeah. Learn something from my dog.
Are you ready to get anything started? All right, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I took LA for care.
So you get
and then I was 5. Sorry, I think I'm
nerdy channels. I love it. Yeah. Those are like all my favorite channels. So,
but that's kind of my niche that I would play. I don't do it all. It's been a fun journey. I've never in 3 years.
I know this guy is
do you have culture?
We do have some companies about that, but actually I just found out it's here more of the part about it building out. Right now our platform, we have this whole gallery everything is, even if you design your account, the gallery from a lot of our students actually have a they were saying like, they're saying
NASA, our first challenge is NASA. They are big about.
So to go around, that's
challenge us to really develop platforms that might be but also, but a lot of challenges things like this people don't want to do.
I don't really want you to get graded. I
want you to actually
exactly.
There were a bunch of people just kind of standing over there.
So the short answer is yes, we do. And yeah,
It's real cool about this. I mean, I've got a big organization. Sometimes they just need a little direction on pages, you know, and it's all about I do like several ages.
So I just thought I lost
Yeah,
what that is, it does allow me to eat it, things like this. Big giant dinner. It was great. I went,
I like it's like now by the end that's
I talked to the Pentagon, so they have a lot of programs there.
How do you behave, fellow judge? How are you? Good morning. I'm Renee Lynn. Hi, Dan. Nice to meet you. You guys getting all ready? Good. You guys are judges. Yep. You are. Okay. Very familiar with it? Well, I did. So I volunteered to be our leader, right? So to bring the cats. But you said it'd get the 30 minutes we got together. Yes, I said, great. Tell my mom in charge of the judges. And they were not all the judges here. So they did it. I said, because we don't have time to come up with a different pair of
I'm willing to have
yeah, that's exactly. I was like, I'm cool with that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it did, so that you guys, you know, get our sheets and stuff like that and just get together.
Well, you saw them. I brought it for them. It was for we never met.
What a surprise!
How are you doing the move? Okay.
Gabe, this is Larry, our VP, GBCQ associate at Right. Our section is previous
So they're like, well, not everything. So
marks the time. I told him, he's like, we have more.
It went well. Mark actually put his whole day Friday in past week doing an actual dev meetup for having like executive engagement. You know, spread awareness of Azure. And us moving here, we did more.
I'm with you. Protocol.
Thanks for
There's a lot of people involved. That's the thing.
Oh my God. They've been, I was nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Shayna. Nice to meet you. Be a fun day.
No worries.
And then Tom Server from
Yes. And actually, this is
Hi, I'm Shayna Nielsen with Microsoft.
Oh, there.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Fun, huh?
I have been waiting to teach me more than that.
Have you been around all weekend?
Oh, also, Gateway Intel we did a partnership with Intel here too. Yeah, so
What have you guys
our team is actually
actually, that was a really, really good thing that hadn't happened before. That we had these pre-event meetings. So the team went first. So the feedback was a lot of other places to try and increase support and be a lot stronger. So they're not having to do it.
more runway. Yeah. Yeah, we actually have a team hacking too, so I think Adam Silver with an MVP with my reputation with him is all.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. So active. It's great. Very serious.
They started Saturday?
Yes. Friday was the women in dance. So it was all like my songs and Kiki Worktown came in. Halo. She had a great time. Well, another time if you want to get Larry out to come visit and do a tour of JPL.
I get down here a lot.
He does. It's fine. We're trying to they do what they do with it, but okay, yeah, Tom's great to know. Good. He was awesome. Anyway, thank you for reminding me again. Keep posting. So like you have it. And then we were able to procure an interview with her later at our because she was so open and graceful. So that'll hopefully go live. I can talk to her. Oh, yeah, it's fine. So, get water. I'm going to get a water in. Okay. I'm sitting up there. Like, you know, you're back there. I basically are kind of the pre-start. We work with them to help them. And then I got your yes, so right now we're on
Huh?
How you doing?
Good.
See ya.
Hope you,
Yeah, we just met.
I know that some of the judges are eating from the side. Get a little food in and then
No worries.
we got a team that's talking about actually using Mars natural resources to build something the astronauts will use.
Really?
Yeah. That's the Mars app.
Yeah, very cool. Is it the same team that Brett and Daniel are working on? Okay. Okay, because Katie had another team too that she was
Okay, I'll be happy to
Okay,
send you
I'll send
that.
out one for the
Yeah, no, I saw some people using it.
Good time regular.
Green box
Thank
jam.
you.
So, yeah, I'll catch up with you guys. Nice talking to you.
We have some excellent cookies over here, everybody. You need to put your cookies. Ah, great cookies. Have cookies.
So basically the opening remarks after the reception, and then it has to be next year. But he didn't really have.
Send an action plan out.
I will. So he didn't. No. I was no. It was 30,000. Last year I didn't hear that spot. So we're just sending technical resources. So we did the WNUX video, which Daniel uses from Git. It's really professional. So just people fine. So have you talked to Matt at all? I guess his wife is.
Well, yeah, we talked about it. I haven't. Last update I got was like Thursday.
Yeah, no, I guess so. We had Village Charter School hack yesterday, but I guess Astrid was still like they went back into the ER Friday night. Yeah, so just a heads up. But I know I've never even heard of rhabdo, so I just want to know like whenever you like have dead muscle tissues from working out too hard. So scary. What's going on with that? What does that mean? Like, do you have to get like a cast?
No, it's not about cats. It's about saving.
So how do you do that? You just hope for the best?
Well, we gotta get the
See, Maddie, my husband, was like, these knives aren't sharp enough. I'm like, you're not using them properly. Like, here, let me show you. I'm like, well, watch your fingers. It's crazy. So how are you feeling about the rest of this year to close?
If we close like we are
forecasted on the IT side.
Yeah, the IT side, they got some work to do.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
I know. Warren's already signed the troops like, you need to stay just TVs. So they're getting preparing something.
Yeah, but if that happens,
yeah.
I'd be back. Particularly given your set.
Yeah, at least top 3. That's what I'm looking for. And then we're going to schedule a diversity update on the data. So I'm sure you've heard from Sheila. Yes. I know it's not everything, but it's at least getting up there. Our data is now reflecting the data that Judd said should be seen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were coming on.
Yeah. May. Okay, good. So then, but we have a meeting with Lucy and with Kristen Albertson mid-May. May 16th.
Do you need that before? Probably not.
I don't think so. I don't think they're ready.
But you and I may need to chat prior to that.
Yeah. Okay. Happy to. As long as the data is laddering up and we can talk through the plan.
What it shows is 2 points each quarter.
Yeah.
Last 2 quarters.
Yeah, it's
So
progressive.
now like 25, 24.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. No, absolutely. I think he was also operating on like older data. Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, I have the manager's meeting this Friday, so I'm working with Sheila on Tuesday to map that discussion. You should probably, you need to know, it's going to be combined. I think you need to kick it off and talk about the importance, because for the general manager population, they probably don't have as much visibility, like as much as the leads, right? Like I feel like we did that level setting in San Francisco. I don't know if she was going to show data. I don't think so, because exactly, she can talk maybe.
What we want to show, though, I want to show progress.
Right.
So people show the rewards and acknowledge the work that has been done.
Right.
And that we can make a difference in the
Try. Okay. So I'll talk to Sheila about that, because I have a meeting with her on Tuesday to see how, and then maybe
just for one of those like time graphs, graphs, don't have any
Yep. Okay. We can do that. I'll try to actually like the bubble one, but because I felt like that was really explicit. But right. Okay. And then I'll probably spend like 20.
And I am still not approving. Jackson.
Okay. I struggle with that, like the Jackson's one is most about it, so it's kind of for managers, so I'm going to leave my Jeff at it, and I try to explain the job holding, and trying to take that template for the TSP, and he was like, you need to have AOM experience, Visual Studio, I'm like, we're not listening, like, this is the base, like, it's the line net. It's about nurturing. We'll ask those. It can't be exactly, and you're not rating, you're limiting them. So he was like, I don't understand. Okay, so that's the struggle. I'm like, because I think he feels like he doesn't. It has to be quality, completely qualified. So.
And we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Over time. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Good, and then she wanted to spend, so that would be like 20 minutes of D&I update, and I'm going to break out the slide and just do and keep it simple, drop the slide, and we don't have to, I mean, I want, okay, I don't think so, but I feel like,
I know we're kind of back on it.
We're not, I feel like I want to show that we're doing something, even though it's passive.
Fine, that's okay, but I don't want to say drop this.
I know.
It is one resource among many.
Right. I know. It's intent versus capability. That's fine. And then, but mostly around the ambassador teams and the social, which are immense. But I think for us, I've already different countries, yes. But
are we thinking about having our own?
If I could please have the judge's attention. 8 of you should be here around the room. If you could join me in the back, we're going to meet in the middle conference room for a few minutes and go over some details. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I'll do is after I meet Sheila, then I'll send you an email outlining what we plan to do and what. And then if you feel like you want to have a call to talk through a little bit more, we
need
can.
to, fine.
We need to.
And
If
then
not, yeah.
just also just highlight where you want me to.
Yes. And Sheila wants to cover career development as another 20 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay. So that's kind of what we're thinking.
Because that came up.
Yes. I know. So yes. Good. Okay. Great. Vice President I know. This is like his face, right? Like, starting to get Monica here.
7 years. It's been a cool time. No, I got it. Yeah.
Were you there that day? No. But I saw
What happened to everything?
You guys are good? Got it. This is the order.
You learn what you can
How's the
Sam, social media, what's the hashtag for using Azure? You find out.
I'm more UI.
You put it right up against the clock, they clock in at like 12:59. You're like, I hope. I want to take you on a visual journey in your mind. Close your eyes.
I did go back there a few times on this one, but I didn't go back here. So again, I'll have
That would be recording what
Attention! It's go time. So if you're in the back, please come up to the front so you have a good view and you can hear what's going on. Grab your chair if you're in the back there. We don't have a lot of empty chairs up here for you. So if you're one of the teams who's been in the back all weekend, grab a chair and come join us. Everyone else, get your presentations ready on your laptop, everything good to go. Judges will take seats. If you guys could bring them back up a bit, please, so the judges have room to get into their chairs, that would be fantastic. I'll give everyone a minute here to get sorted.
Based on where people are standing for their speech and all this stuff to do this. Okay. And then awards after 2 hours of presentation. Okay, nice walk. Yeah. No worries. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got it. She said mom was welcome back.
Just set it in my
Hi everyone, we are Team Hello Kitty Astronauts, and our hack is Risky the Rover, little rover who takes big risks, the rover that dares to go into the tricky places where humans can't. So our mission takes place in 2030 with the first human mission to Mars. So, as the first astronaut on Mars, it's a pretty tall order. There's a lot of things to consider that are different than Earth. There are many areas of interest that astronauts want to explore and study on the surface of Mars. But unfortunately, some of those places aren't very easily accessible to humans because of tight spaces, extreme terrain, and harsh conditions. So, to navigate this risk and uncertainty, we've designed Risky the Rover. And Risky the Rover is a small, compact rover that fits on a human's back. It's meant to be in partnership with the human. It's an astronaut's best friend. So it's very similar to a BB-8 or an R2-D2 that you can take on your mission. It's willing to take the risk that you can't. So something that's great about its size is it's able to navigate very small spaces and very difficult terrain. So what is Risky made out of? So Michael here is our the builder on our team. You can see him using a power drill most often. He's going to walk us through what Risky is made out of.
You've all been working with computers mostly, and we've been working with power tools and duct tape, the real essentials of space exploration. The idea behind Risky was minimum viable rover. It's what is the smallest thing you could build that would be useful, that would be deployable, and that would be adaptable to different situations. We went through a bunch of different iterations of this, and they all seemed to come in, what they all had in common was a simple, basic central surface with 4 attachment points for wheels, and we used those types of wheels. We also came up with a 6-wheeled version that was more all-terrain capable. The idea being that these were modular and could be swapped out depending on the mission. Also that the various attachments, like a camera, or that one has a robotic arm on it, could also be swapped out depending on the mission. How does Risky work?
So you've probably seen us tinkering around in the back, so you've gotten a preview of the rover, but instead of telling you how Risky works, we're going to show you. So we've set up a few different scenarios that the first Martian astronaut would encounter. So this is Lorne Watney. She is the first astronaut to go to Mars. So she was just demonstrating that she had it on her back, and she was able to deploy it with detachable straps. So now it is in the rover form. It's navigating the terrain of Mars. Oh, it's a little steep, but it's okay. Risky can handle it. She's made for this. It's okay. So everything about Risky, too, all of her parts are modular. So you can see that she has the wheels on right now, but she also has an arm on top. Maybe we could lift it up so we can see, everyone can see. So yeah, this is her deployable arm on top. And so it can come off, it can detach, but what it's really used for is being able to dip into different surfaces on Mars and actually grab samples. And then it can deploy nicely back onto there. So how did we get here? Our challenge was the deployable structures challenge. So that one really focuses on how to fit big pieces or different materials into small spaces, because with space there's a lot of different constraints that you have to consider and tight areas. So Aaron and Kaio are our origami deployable structures experts, and they're going to talk about how they went about building the wheels of the rover, which are actually expandable and collapsible. And that's also for the different types of terrain that it could encounter.
Hi, so what you see on the current rovers here are sort of your standard round wheel that is fixed. And one idea we had that other people have tried before, which is an interesting idea, is to use deployable wheels so that you have, you sort of, A, save mass, and then B, create larger wheels so that you can navigate more difficult areas of terrain. So one approach that we took, and we can sort of show you here, is the sort of collapsible wheel that you could use as a wheel in this compact form, but you could also expand it this way out in spiral, and then using sort of astronaut attached components enforce some sort of rigid structure to keep this, keep the ability to support a limited amount of weight on this bar here. So the idea is that this could be used in place of a lot of these other wheels and in other various integrations.
Yeah, so that's a video of how it deploys. Aaron and Kaio went through quite a mathematical process to do this origami. So they had to measure out everything and fold it up. And that's Risky the rover. She's a risk taker. We're Team Hello Kitty astronauts, and we've had a lot of fun at this hackathon, so thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from our judges for Team Hello Kitty before they exit the stage? We have one here.
Yep, this is hi, this is Christian, judge from Socrata. What did you say the main platform was constructed out of?
It is mostly it's battery. That main platform is battery, some basic control circuitry, and interfaces for various but again, we started from what's the name machine, the battery, circle, and that's the whole
Thank you very much. From Tom.
Very creative, very inspirational. When they're up on Mars and they carry this in the backpack and it goes off and does something, how do they find it again? How does it come back to them? What's the concept there?
I can answer. The concept there is we started with the notion that it was going to go into high-risk environments and it might not always be recovered. It's designed to be small and cheap. It, in most cases, would be carrying a camera. It would be possible to radio locate it, so long as the battery still lived. And it would be possible to bring it back to you with a remote controller or from a remote control at a base station. So that's the concept. But the thought was this was something that you don't mind losing in a risky situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh. Five members from the Women in Data Boot Camp. That's fantastic. Okay, I took 10 seconds to take a bio break there, and you guys started without me. So, I'm going to introduce our wonderful judges panel here and tell you guys a couple things that might be important before you present. Our judges panel, and you've seen many of these around the room over the weekend, but a few are new. So I will start, and this is not in a particular order. We have Renee Wynn, the CIO of NASA here. You've seen her around this weekend. We have Gail Allen, the Deputy Chief Scientist of NASA here. We have Tom Soderstrom from JPL, the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer. Dan Dato, founder of Cross Campus, the wonderful building that we're in. Ian Bell, who is the founder of Future Engineers, which is a national education platform for K-12 students. Also, host of many TV shows that you have seen on TV, most recently Make Me a Millionaire Investor, and an engineer at heart. So, welcome Mary Oricklin, who just arrived, so you haven't seen him yet, from Microsoft. He is the Vice President, Developer Experience, and Chief Evangelist. Rob Lalumondiere from Intel, who you've seen around this weekend, is here. All your Edison boards that everyone's fun with. And Christian Huger Hyde from Socrata is here. So just a couple quick things. Everyone gets 5 minutes. The judges may ask you, as you've seen, a few questions of you. Please keep your answers short so that we can get to as many of their questions as needed. It's not the time to go into a whole nother explanation. Keep your answers tidy. And also, if you have used Microsoft Azure, if you have used Intel Edison, if you've used Socrata to access data, call that out in your presentations. You don't have to go into a lot of detail about it, but just be sure that you call that out because they have some wonderful prizes that they're offering for you. And then finally, keep in mind that there is a People's Choice Award. So at the end of this, when we all go off and deliberate, you're going to get to vote for the project that you think is the best among yourselves. So keep that in mind. Okay, we have 18 teams, 1 down, 17 to go. That's math. Next team is Mars 2050.
It's coming. Cool. All right, thank you. Hey, my name is Rob, and we don't have a team name like Hello Kitty, but Laura and Calvin and Kella and I put something together. This is related to the Space Sim Challenge, and I'm going to be talking about the most sophisticated Mars colony simulation that I have ever made. Yeah. So I want to start with a little background on Mars. You may or may not be familiar with this, but so there's a variety of issues that we want to capture in our simulation. Those are environmental issues like the weather and radiation. Also, there's no sustenance, obviously. Things don't grow on Mars. You don't have water flowing around, things like that. There's other things. If you're an astronaut and you're on Mars, you need things like power, you need communication in order to survive. So we want to capture these things, so we have technical objectives of the simulation, and that is representing things like protection from exposure and having food and shelter, power generation and power storage, and also deployment of a communications infrastructure. We also have some experience design objectives. So as a simulation, so this is like a gamification of being on Mars, we wanted to also express some other things like the desolation of Mars, as well as a sense of urgency, because astronauts don't sit around all day, they're actually out there doing things. And finally, a really important aspect for NASA and for space exploration in general is cooperation. So we wanted to also include cooperation as a core element of the gameplay. So we have a couple of touchstone experiences here. The first one is this game called Pandemic. And at the bottom of Pandemic here, you see that this is a cooperative board game where you're trying to cure diseases around the world. And each player has a certain role that they play, and they have special abilities based on their role so they can contribute in a unique way. Another cooperative board game that we have is Betrayal at the House on the Hill. And what's interesting about this is the board is unveiled as you walk through a house, which is what's being represented here. Another game that's another cooperative board game, you can see where I'm going with this in my simulation, is Forbidden Island, which has this timer type thing. So the island is sinking, which provides a certain sense of this urgency that I was talking about. Another experience touchstone that we have is the documentary Total Recall from 1990, which showed us what happens if you get exposed to the Martian atmosphere. All right, so the solution is a tabletop board game, as you might imagine now. But we have a Mars fiction scenario, and we wanted to incorporate gameplay elements that emphasize those things I was mentioning before with the experience and the technical and scientific aspects. So this is a mock-up. So we have this mock-up in back on the kind of rear right side here where Calvin is sitting right now. This is the beginning of the game. So the idea is you've crash landed on Mars, and you have 3 players, which are represented by these ERC things. And the board is hidden when you start out. So you have to run around and explore in order to find components of the crashed spacecraft that's here. Each of the players has a certain role, so they have certain things they can do. Like the rover, for example, doesn't take radiation damage while it's running around. But I'll talk about this later. At nighttime, there's a day and night cycle. The rover's solar cells are not active, so the rover doesn't get to move during nighttime, just as an example. So I mentioned the day and night cycle, and there's a couple other things that are related to those initial scientific and technical objectives that we had. So the first is a day-night cycle. You have 3 days to accomplish your objective, which is to put up 3 communication relays so that you can ask for help. If you're not fast enough, then the conceit is that the satellite goes out of alignment and you can no longer communicate or something like that. So you have a day and night cycle, and things happen during these days, and it limits the number of turns. Additionally, as you do actions and explore, there's radiation damage and exposure damage. And if you get to 12 points of damage, then you die. One of the things you have to do in order to win is power the habitation modules so that you can hide from the radiation and you can recuperate a little bit. So there's power modules you find as you explore, and you can repair the habitation module's power. And I mentioned before, you repair the comm relays, so different characters have different ability to repair the comm relay based on spare parts that you find as you explore. And so you would bring those over to the habitation module, and each habitation module can support 1 comm relay that you repair with these spare parts. And then you repair those 3 relays and you get rescued. I'm finished, but I'm going to leave this up here because Calvin's also been working on an AR enhancement where the tiles could be represented with QR codes. And so this is an example of an astronaut and a little vehicle that drive around, and those can be added in the future to this as well. Oh yes, sorry, do you have questions about this?
Yes, I have a question. You said that this game is created already? Is it back?
Yeah, so this is what we've been making in the last day and a half is the board game with the tiles and the rule sets. So we've iterated probably 5 or 6 times playing it through to adjust the rules and the pacing and figured out like how much damage should you be able to take from radiation before you die versus the number of tiles and spacing and how far you have to walk to find things versus repairing the habitation module and so on.
So you said it's a physical game, and now it's also a virtual game.
Right. So, well, this is kind of a prototype that's being built by Calvin, where the tiles could have a QR code, which then, if you look through like a video camera, it would show you like an AR on top of the board game. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mars 2050. Did you guys get which challenge that was for? Yes. Okay. Okay. Up next, we have Back to Earth. Back to Earth, to the front, please. Just for the teams, if anyone is nervous about how much time you're going to take, if you would like an additional call out of 1 minute, 2 minutes, etc., just let me know. I'm happy to prod you. Just let me know. Anyone have any questions for me? Anything while we wait? You? Teams that are yet to present, pay attention to this part and try to do this now. Anything you can do to prep your computer so when you come up you're ready to go would be great. Okay, can you dance? I don't.
Hi everyone, we're Team Back to Earth. To introduce you to our team members, my name is Rana. This is Maxine, Loris, Antoine, and Aaron is our team member. He was here yesterday. I'm working remotely today. So this is a video of astronaut Doug Wheelock. He's exercising on the ISS. As astronauts, they're required to exercise about 3 times a day for about 2 to 2.5 hours. And as you can see, they have to do this to combat the effects of gravity on their muscles. They have to keep their bones and their muscles healthy. But while doing that, a lot of astronauts, whenever they're away from home, away from Earth for a long time, there are things that they miss about the Earth. They miss about being there with their family, about their neighborhood, the sense of Earth, the smells, the sounds, the sights. There are a lot of things that are hard to replicate, even food, when they're up on the ISS. That is, for example, they would get if they were running in a forest or in an environment that would make them more stimulated and feel more like on Earth. So when we saw this problem, we looked at it a lot deeper and we saw at the state of VR currently, and we're like, hey, VR is really ready right now to be explored more in space. So we talked more with astronaut Doug and we said, hey, we have this cool VR idea that we would like to explore with you, and he was actually pretty excited about it. So our hypothesis was, hey, there are a lot of things that astronauts miss while they're in space that they're nostalgic about. And it's not just the food, it's things that are hard to replicate, like the sound of rain, or the smell after rain, or the run in the forest, or the run with your family, or playing fetch with your kid. So what can we do to make this experience or recreate it? So we came up with this idea to first render a 3D world that looks semi-realistic to an experience on Earth, that while you're actually exercising like you saw that video, you can strap this headset on, run, and have sounds that stimulate the environment around you in a 3D way. And we talked to him about it, and here's a video of us recording that interview. I don't think it's... Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Are we good? Sorry, 1 second, technical difficulty.
Visually like this, looking through the sunlight through the trees in the forest or something like that. Those are all things that they're not available in space. And so unless we create some sort of virtual reality where we can get inside of a helmet and I'm back home, or I'm back on my favorite trail through the forest or something, and I hear the birds singing, I can smell the flowers and the leaves and everything. And so it's all very important for the psyche of the crew, especially we're sending people to Mars. They're going to be gone for 2 to 3 years from the planet. So all they're going to have is the sights and sounds and smells of computers running and avionics and things running. So which can really have a lot of wear and tear psychologically on the crew. And so I think if we can replicate that, at least simulate that in some fashion, we're going to make quantum leaps and being able to take care of the psyche of the astronauts.
So after he asked us about that, and we talked about that idea of recreating that very real environment, and he was absolutely excited about it. I mean, you could see by the way he was talking about the video and closing his eyes, like, oh, I missed this thing that I really want to have at least some sort of connection with. And that's a feeling we can all relate to when we're away from home. There's 1 or 2 things that we really miss. So we took this step further, And we decided to do this demo where you're basically inside the headset and using some sort of motion, you're running through this forest environment. And the idea here was that we're going to try to be as realistic as possible. We're trying to combat things like nausea inside headset, making sure that while you're running, you can still do it, and having a more realistic interaction and feeling. We even went as further as trying to change your time of the day. Like, let's say, yes, I want to run in the forest, but I really miss the feeling of the forest in the morning, like he said. I miss the chirping of the birds, or I miss how it feels like when I run on dirt when it rains. And those are a lot of things you can create with sound, and because our brains are so fascinating, they fill into the gaps of like creating this wonderful experience and getting you that satisfaction out of it. So after exploring into that hypothesis, we discovered that this is just the start. I mean, we just tapped into sight and sound, but there's much more things to tap into that we could simulate a more interesting and a more immersive experience. So the first thing we looked at was the fact that he said that he would like to have those intimate experiences of trails that are measured by family and friends. So this is a project by Google View that they have people go and track their own trails and record them. And that's something we can do with older technology and currently more compact technology by having your friends or family have something like this 360 GoPro and pre-record an experience of you snowboarding or running through a park that you can recreate and run into. We also found this very cool experience where people basically are on a VR headset, you're on a treadmill, you're basically having this very intimate experience with your pet, with your family, you're brushing your pet. And this is only us tapping into sight and sound, but that doesn't say that we can't tap into smells too. Like the smell of oranges, the smells of dirt, the smells of rain, and that's something we can absolutely do, and there are different ways to handle it in space. And we asked him about that. We asked him about the sense of smell. Okay, I'm wrapping up.
The thing that I missed the most, and I had just like this longing for and craving for, was things we couldn't replicate on the space station, like the smell of like rain, the smell of flowers and trees, like dirt, just dirt when you're digging into the dirt, that smell, like a freshly mowed lawn, those kind of smells that you can't get in space. And
thank you.
Very inspirational. Question: did you actually create those VR experiences? Or,
yeah.
So we could go out and try them?
Yeah, we have a demo.
Okay.
We have a demo of running in a forest in your headset and running through it and changing the time of day.
So did you use the Oculus for that, or?
We used the HTC Vive, and that's because we had the headsets and we were, we knew how to develop on them currently.
What game engine did you use?
Unity.
Unity.
We used Unity.
All right. Did you use any of the IoT devices or any of the Azure or anything like that?
No, we didn't use Azure. We did debate a lot about using data, and it was something that we thought about, and we thought even about companion apps that they could basically have achievements and be able to track their own exercising, like motivating them more into doing more of that for their health. But we didn't have the time limit to delve more into that, and we looked into the data. I couldn't find data that was more relevant to their happiness index, or like what does a day exercising, their heart rate, and information like that. So we kind of, that was the framework we worked with.
The question on the Google
Review.
Yeah, so was that the idea that you could crowdsource experiences? Or?
So that was what we initially started with, recording this 360 experience with your partner or with your running mate, and basically uploading that, uplinking it, and having the astronaut spend those 20 minutes running with the person they would run with. He even talked about having people uplink him the Super Bowl and a lot of things and recordings that he misses. But because we wanted to simulate this in a more realistic scope, we were like, how about a 3D rendered environment? We asked him about it, and he was like, yeah, like as realistic as you can get, but that's kind of the future idea that we want to be on. Like, our implementation is a beta of what the proof of concept is.
Thank you. That's back to Earth. When you guys come up, if you can, let us know if you have audio, video, just a little bit of detail about your presentation, just so when you get up on stage, we can make sure that you've got everything connected that you need to have connected. Up next, we have Code Flames.
Here we go. Alright, it's on. Okay. Alright, so we're the co-flame developer. No, don't crush my drone. Next. So this is our team. We got Jordan, Brian, me, Sean, and Ty Lancer. There you go. Unfortunately, Jordan can be here. You know, he got volunteer to do. So, let's get on with it. So, so the problem, so what we did is we designed an app that basically can tell the drone or anything, any device that give the knowledge of weather conditions so they can next time avoid being damaged by the wind or get struck by the trees. And sometimes the drone or any device that interfered in no-flying zones cause interfere with planes or sometimes colliding with them, stuff like that. So the solution is, well, we created an app, two apps actually, and can you zoom out? Here. This one right here. All right. So we use Intel XDK. Well, this is actually our first time using XDK. Doing something like this, it's kind of tricky. So, can you click on the weather control? So basically, it's a mobile-friendly app. I can tell your areas, weathers, and your conditions and day and stuff like that. And there's also Fahrenheit and Celsius. But unfortunately, we didn't do the area, the map. Can you zoom out? Here you go. Yeah. You see the drone watcher right there? Unfortunately, we didn't have time to finish this, but our best man, Ty Lancer, got something on his own. Can you show us? And he's taking from here. So I'll just kind of get started and if you can catch up to me. So last night things weren't looking very good for our team, so this morning I decided to go down my own path to try and get something ready to show. So, but it turned out that they were able to kind of accomplish it. But I'll just show you what I did anyways. This was this morning. So this basically gives you the current temperature and the wind speed, and you get a green if it's under 10 miles an hour, or it could be adjusted with whatever you want, and then red if it's above 10 miles an hour. And then it gives you your current location, and then it also uses the Socorro database to go out and see if you're within 5 miles of any airports. Again, that can be adjusted also. And if you're within that region, then it's green also. I'm sorry, if you're outside of that 5 mile radius, then it should be okay to fly. And then just to show that it works. So this is up in San Francisco, if we were actually right there. And it tells us, okay, the wind conditions is under 10 miles an hour, so it's green for that. But as far as the airport's concerned, you're within 5 miles of the San Carlos airport, so you shouldn't probably be flying. So that's it. Any questions? Answers? Anybody? Nobody?
Sure. Have you thought about what other kinds of data sets you could bring in that might make the drone experience even more holistic?
Let me go upstairs. Well, I don't know yet, but there are lots of different databases out there that are available. I think there's more up and coming probably in the next 6 months or so. We're just very limited in what we're looking at. But for example, I think with Google, you can get other information of infrastructures like if you live inside of certain buildings and things like that, if other things that should be no-fly zones to be aware of.
A question, just one more. So you use Socrata, you use Intel, and what else did you use? Did you use the sensors?
We were looking at using the sensors, but we didn't use the time.
Okay.
Great, thank you. That was Code Flames. Up next, we have Team Stardust. Making their way to the stage. And after that, just to be getting ready, we have Boom Clap. Okay, Team Startup.
All right, thank you for your attention. My name is Shazad, the rest of my team. We have Roy here, behind me. We have Justin, Annie, Wendy, and Legion, and Patrick. So we developed this very novel system to essentially take a look at our ambient environment and see if there's anything in that environment as far as dust particles or anything like that that is going to pose a threat to our astronauts' health. So collectively we call this a Jarvis sensor system. So the problem is that we've never ventured into deep space territory, with the exception of the Apollo missions. And so we've never been to Mars, obviously. We have to traverse deep space territory to get to Mars. We have to land on Mars. We have to set up a habitat, do EVAs. All of that is going to put us at the exposure risk of cosmic dust and Martian dust. Why does that matter? Well, because we're going to spend $50 million, approximately, that's how much we spend right now on a single astronaut to prepare them for spaceflight. And so you get to Mars, and if you have problems with health issues that you haven't accounted for, that's a problem. And so the inspiration behind this was the Apollo mission. So several Apollo astronauts reported that they found dust, lunar dust, to cling to everything, and it was almost impossible to remove. Once they went outside the TVs, came back inside the lunar module, they tracked all the dust inside. Some of it easily became airborne because of the lack of gravity, irritated the lungs and eyes. So it's a very serious, life-threatening situation. Martian dust is more abrasive than lunar dust. It's very finely ground particles, and so it gets deep within the lungs, and it can cause some serious respiratory issues. So the solution is that we developed this sensor system, essentially a system to check air quality. The sensors consist of the parameters of temperature, humidity, gas sensor, and the dust sensor. And for the purpose of this demonstration, we're going to focus on the dust sensor. So the scenario is that, imagine you have an astronaut on Mars. You want to build something that you can hopefully use Martian material to build. And so the novel thing about this idea is that the astronaut can call up Mission Control in Houston, request a 3D printer file of a simple volume through which dust can be, can traverse through, something as simple as this. That astronaut prints this system, and then if dust goes through it, the circuit closes. You have a sensor that goes off, and therefore you can tell if there's dust, no dust, if you are crossing a certain threshold of toxicity of that dust. And so we're going to demonstrate for you guys the hardware real quick. Justin, go ahead. Oh, okay. So what we did is we used Azure to create an interface where the sensor data could be transported to, and then we can see if any alerts go off in real time. Let me see where that is. So you can see the red light went off. Was that gas or dust? Okay, so at 1:48 p.m., April 24th, the gas sensor went off. And this is something you can see in real time. Dust. And so, like I mentioned, this is what we created with Azure. Justin created the hardware. That's pure magic to me. I don't know how that happened, but it did. And so where we can place these sensors is we can place a sensor on the spacesuit. So when an astronaut goes on EVAs, if there's any leak in the spacesuit, the sensors can go off telling us, hey, there's this type of particle that's crossing this level of threshold, and so we need to do something about it. We can place these sensors in the airlock chambers, in the actual habitats on Mars, and the spacecraft that we're going to use to get to Mars. And so we did the demo, and that's our team, Team Stardust. Special thanks to the Azure team, the NASA personnel, all the space apps hosting coordinators, including Joe, and then of course Leanie from JPL. Shout out to Leanie, and Sam Stokes that helped a lot with the Azure hardware. And that's kind of where it all began. And I just want to say quickly, I'm a medical student from Texas. 3 days ago I was studying medicine. Today I'm building all of this stuff, or helping build all that stuff. So, we have an educator on the team, a digital marketer, and so all of this, what we did, I think it really speaks to the essence of this project, that people from very diverse backgrounds can collaborate and create something very, very unique. So thank you for your attention.
So did you use the Intel sensors? And so which ones did you use there?
We have other sensors. We use the temperature sensor that's included with the growth kit. Now, our humidity sensor, our gas sensor, and our dust particle sensor were not included. And we use the LED also included with the growth kit, just to make it so it was easier to plug in.
And how did you use Azure?
So what we did was we set up Azure. Do you want to explain?
So we actually received a lot of help from Azure, from the Microsoft team, so we're very grateful for that. They actually linked up the Intel Edison to the Azure Internet of Things, and then through Stream Analytics, we went ahead and we processed and queried the data near real time, and then we take that data and we send it out to basically our website here, which is also run through Azure, which is great because if anyone on the team makes an edit and they push it to GitHub, GitHub is linked to Azure and it automatically updates for everyone. So yeah. Oh right, yeah. And on the website we actually have a manual alarm that communicates directly back. Yeah. So that could be used for an astronaut. Say they take care of the problem, or that there is they do take care of the problem. They turn it off and communicates to the sensor that it's been resolved. Yeah.
Great. Great project, by the way. You talked a little bit about building materials on Mars. Could you talk through some of those concepts and what you're thinking about the future of them?
Yeah. Oh.
I told him to wherever it went. That that toilet paper tube serves as a volume through which dust can traverse. So all you would really need to build, the essence of that sensor would be that volume. So you could print that a simple cylinder or simple tube, and then if dust goes through that then closes the circuit, and you have a sensor that goes off telling you, hey, there's dust, there's no dust. So it's really a simple, simple sensor.
Yes.
The 3D printer would have to be available, and we were told that would be on the logistics flight to Mars. So we would use a 3D printer that's already on Mars.
Thank you.
So the rest of the parameters, temperature, humidity, all that's more of a air quality control, like the comfort measures. But dust is where the true health hazard is at. Because my Martian dust from my research is less than 3 microns, and anything less than 10 microns gets embedded very deep in the lungs, and that then creates all this inflammation and can cause pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, you name it. So the dust is where the true health hazard is at. So that's something that we want to make sure we can build on Mars if we need to.
Great.
All right, thank you.
That was great. That was Team Stardust. Boom Clap is up next. After Boom Clap, we will have Drone Fly. So if you are the Drone Fly team, get ready. Boom Clap is next. And here's a little tip. Send your computer guy or girl this way. Everyone else on the team, come use all this great space over here. No cords over here. It's very easy to get on stage here. So computer this way, everybody else this way. And also there are extra microphones up here, so if you need more than one microphone, please grab one of these microphones here.
I have some technical people that could help with that.
All right, so hello everyone. We are Team Boom Clap, and we created a web app whose purpose is to educate people about the difference between low and normal sonic booms. Because traditional data would, for example, show the volume of a sonic boom using the form of decibels. And for people like me, who were in high school, who never heard either kinds of sonic booms, we don't know what that means. And so we solved that problem with a visualization web app. And so we hope to one day extend our prototype to even a mobile app that sends people notifications about incoming jets so that they are aware if they will be in the range of a sonic boom and won't be so distressed. And we are considering better ways of making the visualization more attractive. So I'm going to turn it over to Joe, who is going to talk more about the technical logistics, and here he is.
Hi everyone. So like we heard just a second ago from Rachel, our aim was to educate and to show technological advancements. We have two main things in mind. And so that we were going to make a visualization of the differences between low and normal sonic booms. So for those of you who aren't familiar, the kinds of sonic booms that were outlawed by Congress and by many state legislatures 30, 40 years ago, except in cases of military testing, were so loud that they could break windows, right? And that was a huge problem. NASA has been working for the last 30 years to develop airplanes that can fly at supersonic speeds, but that don't create the same kinds of sonic booms. However, because of the laws in place and the way that they're worded, they're still currently illegal. And so the secondary goal of an application like this is to educate the public on the differences between the way that the technology used to be and the way that it is now. Because in order to change those laws, you need to have a public understanding of the fact that supersonic jets aren't going to ruin your life the way they might have in the past. We had a lot of challenges. So one of the things that I think is really amazing about this kind of hackathon is that we had 9 people participating in our group. And of those 9, 0 of us had touched JavaScript before this competition. Every single piece of code that we're about to demonstrate is JavaScript. And so when it came time to put everything together, we had some problems getting certain libraries to talk to other libraries. Probably if we had another 2 hours, it would have all been in one place, but we'll show you the parts and we'll show you what we have working. I'm really proud of what we achieved. So let's get to it. If we look at a login page, that's not what I want. So this, here we go. Back and back. So we have a version of our page that is live on the web. If any of you would like to browse to it at this point, you can as well. That URL is boomclap.space. And this is running on the Microsoft Azure cloud. So this is version 1 of our UI. When it decides to come up, it'll come up. I can keep on showing the rest of it while that's loading. This is version 2. So what this shows is the JavaScript animation that we're going to have of a plane as it flies across an area. Now, the other version of our app actually starts off where you are in the world. And all of these buttons at the top, D, 1, F1, M1, these are types of planes. And so when you click to launch, it is now flying at sonic speed. And so that will show an animation of the sonic boom as it goes across. And when it hits your location, it plays a sound and it triggers an event through IoT that then will make some lights blink. So if we actually can hit that, Pedro, then you'll see in a moment here that these lights are going to go crazy, right? And so this is one of the ways that we can make this engaging for people who maybe have never experienced a sonic boom. There will be sounds that play, lights that flash, things happening on screen. It's a multi-sensory experience. And that's really good for trying to educate younger children. If you're going to explain sonic booms to your class full of 3rd graders, hopefully you're not going to start by writing differential equations on Blackboard. And this kind of technology to animate and to show things is something that's really developing quite a lot. This is a mock-up of the way that we want our UI to function. And so we have our team logo, and then we also have our buttons here. You can see this is a map of Pasadena, and this is actually an interactive map. It has arbitrary levels of zoom and resolution that's quite snazzy. So the last thing I wanted to show off before we finish is that we do have a number of art assets that we couldn't make use of because integrating them into the Leaflet application proved a little bit too difficult for our current level of technical knowledge in using Node.js libraries and static routing paths. But we did make some progress on that. And I clicked the wrong folder. Here we go. I wanted this folder. So we have a huge amount of assets that were created by some of the graphic designers who joined our team. And these are all icons of the different jets that are actually realistic to the shapes of the jets. That's pretty much all the time we have for our presentation. So I would like to ask the panel if you have any questions for us. Yes, absolutely. So these should have loaded in. I'm not quite sure why they didn't right now. But if we go into this one, Why is this not loading? What on earth is going on? Okay, apparently my Google Drive hates me. The rule of demos, when you try to show something, it will not work. Yeah, okay. Here we go, so that's a logo, that's not what I want. Okay, yeah. There we go. Rotated graphics, plain PNG. Download and show. So what these are going to show is the plane itself, as well as the lines that come off. So sonic booms are created on planes at the nose, the wings, and any other places where there's protrusions. Because what happens is when the plane goes faster than the speed of sound, the air molecules bunch up and create these compression waves. And when those compression waves hit each other, when you're at a distance away, that's what you experience as the giant boom that is so uncomfortable. Modern planes space those lines differently so that they interfere in destructive rather than constructive ways, and they sort of cancel each other out. They create more of a whine than a boom. So they're still kind of loud and noisy, but they're not nearly as destructive.
So what's the use case? Is this a mobile app you're walking around and it alerts you, or are you sitting at a...
So that's actually one of the things that we're looking at. So the current app as it exists is an educational tool. It's meant to simulate the way that these things work by having planes fly past you. One of the things that we're talking about that we can tie in, there are open APIs that show where planes are heading, and you can use a GIS layer to figure out where they're going to be flying over. And so one of the things that we developed was an ability to pull in data from an external source and then push a notification to a device. For instance, a warning that there's about to be, a supersonic flight coming over your area. Hopefully, with the way the technology is going, it's going to be, oh cool, let's go look outside and point at it, rather than, oh no, cover your ears. That's what we're trying to get the word out about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great class. Okay, up next we have Dronefly, and they will be followed by Team Starloop. So Team Starloop, you're on deck. Dronefly. Have to run the Code Flames app and see if it's okay to fly. Okay, so once again, Team Starloop, you're on deck, and this is Dronefly.
Hello everybody. I know I speak for the rest of my team when I say that we had a very good time at this this challenge. For most of us, this is actually the first time we've actually done anything like this, and it's been very unique, very fun experience. I wanted to thank everybody who made it happen. This was definitely like something I'll remember for a very long time. So our challenge specifically was the Don't Crash My Drone. Our team was Dronefly, and we created an all-in-one solution for drone pilots to operate safely and legally. This solution actually came in the form of an app that we haven't quite finished, but we've gotten pretty far, and we've gotten all the data compiled to a semi-usable form, and we're going to give you examples up here to show how the functionality would work. So drones themselves are actually a fairly new technology, so they've come with some issues, as most new technologies tend to do. Things that happen in with the public, with the government, new laws need to be in place. And so these are some issues. Something like, I think we've all heard of like an airline almost colliding with a drone. That's been happening quite recently. Privacy issues, things like smuggling. These are all some issues that we've run into, but we can obviously move past as the technology matures. So some current benefits. So far we have been able to exploit this new technology. Amazon delivery, that's coming pretty soon. Really fast delivery, same day, half hour, 1 hour, whatever. That's going to be pretty amazing when your packages come back quickly. Things like firefighting tools, photography. These are all new things that they're just at the forefront of technology, and it's going to be more and more as we move along. This actually shows some investment data So CB Insights is a venture capital database that shows the investments. As you can see, it's increased dramatically. Obviously, the market sees the potentials in this technology, so they're investing, and our app is going to cater to them. So I'm going to hand it over to Josh and Jesse, and they're going to talk about some of the actual DroneFly app's functionality.
So for the application, the main purpose of it is to fly legally, right? So the boundaries, essentially the limitations for drone flyers would be weather data. So is it too windy at certain altitudes? Anything above 10 miles an hour is probably not safe to fly, and you'd probably like to crash the drone. Also, no-fly zones, again, things like military bases, airlines, they're prohibited from flying near, so we have to also exclude exclusion zones. So we actually do have that data actually prepared and ready to load into the app. And actually what we're doing is we're actually running the backend on Microsoft Azure. Currently we have an IoT device set up to interact with the Edison boards. We're actually able to read telemetry data, including so we can go ahead and take your local temperature data. We don't have wind sensors, but we can also integrate a wind sensor to on your drone. That data could be loaded into your app. And we could say, oh, at your location, it's probably a bad idea to fly, right? Or maybe you're too close to it to fly when you use GPS data. So we have it also integrate with our own external data on Azure, and also load local telemetry data from, in this case, we're using Edison board to simulate a drone, but it could be your drone, right?
Yeah, so this is just an example of a user interface for the app. So we're going to be using like the Google API and then overlaying information over it. So yeah, so like we would have like a red overlay, which would indicate like a no-fly zone. And we're able to get some of the data on like military installations, national parks, and airports. And I think that was global too. So all that information would just be like the transparent red. So if someone's drone was going over there, it would kind of notify them that, hey, you're entering under a no-fly zone. Yeah, then we would also like overlay like kind of like real-time airplanes. There is access to that data online, and kind of indicating right there on the yellow, so the drone operator can actually see it. Yeah, so we're also using the Growth Kit to use some of the sensors that would ideally be on a drone, as Josh mentioned. The one that was kind of relevant to our project was probably the temperature one. So accelerometer also. I know me and Anne worked on it. I don't know if she wanted to do more.
Some of the future potential sensors that we wanted to explore are like accelerometer sensors, so that perhaps we could predict other drones' trajectories. The GPS sensor, the button LED for feedback from the base station, and also power source.
So for our future plans, when we would like to complete the app, so two things. We wanted to, as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to put the overlay of the current Google Map API. For our app, we do have integrated the Google Map API, but we struggle with parsing the GeoJSON data. So it was a challenge for us. And another was we had to finish the menu. From two slides before, that you saw the prop data. Prop? Yeah, prop. So yeah, and we would also like to integrate like the communication between one user to another, so they don't crash into each other's drones as well. And we would like to also thank Cross Campus for allowing this space, and also the sponsors such as NASA. Questions?
Yeah, it's a very interesting. I'm having a hard time understanding how much of this is working. You said you got a lot of data, you loaded it in, you have an app. How much of this is working, and what can you demonstrate?
Currently, right now, we do have like a temporary website. We have we have plain data being passed in. We have all the data for the GeoJSON files that has the areas that are no-fly zones. We have the local weather data, and then most of the sensors that we had today. We have all that integrated. It's just overlaying the new layer on top of the Google Maps on the Android app, and we just couldn't get the GeoJSON files to parse and actually make a layer. So once we could do that, like the rest of the functionality is just going to kind of roll right in.
And it will this run on the drone itself?
We actually had two options. We didn't get a chance to get to it, but you can make like a mobile base station, so you can kind of stick it on the ground, have it collecting data from there, like wind, temperature, all that. Or you could have it attached to the drone and have wind speed, from up high, it's going to be different. Or altitude comes with most drones, but we could also do it with the Untitled chip and all that.
Could you just relist out all the data sources, like themselves? You mentioned Flight Tracker in conversations.
Okay. Flight Tracker, and then the no-fly zones came from like a private source. It was Mapbox, but it's on GitHub, so people are actually actively contributing to it. And what else? Weather data is just coming from a general weather site, and then all the local data would come from the sensors. Oh, and Google Maps is obviously the basis of everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was Drone Slide. Up next is Team Star Loop. And while they're getting ready, it's a good chance, because she's in the middle of unloading things and cleaning things up, I'd like to call out and thank Elizabeth Eichhorn from Mary Lee Kitchen for taking care of all of our food needs, not just this weekend, but during our lead-ups as well. Done a fantastic job and kept us all healthy while we're doing this. So this next one will be Team Star Loop, and on deck is Rock Mine. So Rock Mine, you are next. Again, guys, it's a lot easier to get up on this side of the stage. This side easy, this side not so easy. So, computer on this side, everybody else over there.
Hi guys, my name is America. This is my twin sister Penelope, Esmeralda, Veronica, and there's Mike, VR. We started Star Loop because we want to help you be connected with your favorite stars, which will be your astronaut, your son, your daughter. So you'll be connected to your favorite stars in space and at home. Yeah.
Alright guys, so when Earth is closest to Mars, it will take 9 months to travel there. That's why you guys been hearing about the astronaut doing a 1-year space travel. They wanted to see what were the long-term effects on the body. But they should really check on the psychological effect when they're farther away from home.
So it's very important for the mission for them to be focused, but at the same time, we need them to be prepared for these environments, definitely in different conditions. Before the mission, they're prepared extensively. They go under like gravity training, water training, but what about during the mission? They're confined to very lack of space. And we were told that there's 3 phases. During the first phase, during their journey, is they're super motivated, they're adapted to their environment very fast. But then the second phase, they're seeing the signs of fatigue and also low motivation. And then third is like they get lots of hypersensitivity, and we want to be able to focus on those phases to help them increase the team morale. So we thought about simulated environments to help them be more successful. So we're going to show you a quick demo about the Mars, so that way they don't forget what's the checkpoints they have to go through. So it'll be like a gamification to keep the astronauts connected to their mission. Yeah, so say hi to Rover. Yeah! Okay, cool. All right. Rover. So yeah, if you don't see where Rover's going, you can switch the perspectives, and you can have it like kickflip a little bit. Yeah. Also, this is a lot of work, and how are we going to have them remember to play? So we also introduced friends and family mode. There's going to be times where they're not going to be able to tuck their kids in bed, give them the goodnight kiss. So we want to be able to have them also be connected to the mission. It's like, hey, your family's part of it.
Alright, so you're able to see your space dad. Wait, hello! Alright, now start dancing, space dad. Alright, so it'll be cool to see your kids able to see you walking around and exploring space with you. But also you guys don't want to miss the moments when they're already got in their first steps. They can also play with you as well.
Cool, how do you guys like that? Awesome, right? Yeah! Let's see, can we switch to the next slide? Yeah, so you saw you can play Rover, friends and family mode. And yeah, they can be just like any other family, you just play in the virtual world. But the most important part is to have them, they're going to be a bit distracted, so we got to keep them safe. So tell us a little bit what you did with Intel.
So we wanted to have some a safety mode, some sensors, so when the astronaut has the glasses on and isn't paying attention to his surroundings, he has some sensors on the glasses saying, oh, it's getting too cold, get out of the game. Oh, it's this weird noises, get out of the game. So what we used the Intel, the sensors, and we were able to beep when it was getting too cold for that.
Yes, and that's Team Starloop, everyone. So we just want to say that this is very important to help them prepare throughout the entire mission, increase their morale, reduce the stress, give them therapy, and make it a memorable experience for the connected loved ones, for people in space and at home. Thank you very much. Questions?
I have a question, very inspirational. How do they play with it? You had the kids and the astronauts. How do they play together? I didn't quite get that.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you use it in a sentence? How do they play with each other?
Okay.
The picture of the kid.
Yeah, so it could be the video two-way, and if they don't have a device like a Kinect, they can be able to see each other and track their movements, through network. So it could be a game engine or a camera or a depth sensor. So any one of those types of devices.
So would you have two cartoons or whatever
in
space? Is that the
it could be cartoon or it could be one-way video, one-way virtual.
And then another question about how did you use? I saw you use Unity. Did you use Azure for this at all?
Oh no.
So you used Intel sensors.
Yeah.
And what about data? Did you use any other data?
Anybody wants to dance like Space Dad? You can try it over here. Go.
Thank you guys. Team Starloop. Up next, Rock Mine. you don't come up. No. Okay, everyone, here is Rock Mine.
Hi, I just want to start by saying how impressed I am with the team that I came to join. We met at one of the meetups. Most of us had never met one another before, and we just seem to have like skills that just came together. So should we go through? Oh yeah, so this slide. These are our names. And the asteroids we associated ourselves with. We worked on the asteroid mining challenge. Next slide, please. So just to give you some sense of why asteroid mining is even an interesting proposal, I want to give you an idea of just how much value in terms of resources we're talking about that are out there. There are literally billions of asteroids. There are estimated to be 150 million asteroids of size greater than 100 meters in diameter. And so one of the things we worked on in this project was to actually figure out how much an asteroid is worth, where. And so we calculated that, just a rough estimate, there's about $6 trillion of iridium alone in a single average size Class C asteroid. So the amount of money here in terms of dollars for those resources on Earth is mind-boggling. But the amount of money associated with those resources on Earth is not an accurate representation of what we're really talking about here. Because what we're really talking about here is trying to extend the reach of humanity out into the solar system. And the value of those resources in place off the Earth's surface is actually greater in some ways to humanity's goals than the value if we were to return them. And that's simply because the cost of launching resources off the surface of the Earth is very high. And with that, I'll just mention, so one of the central goals of this project is to evaluate, there are tons and tons of proposals for how to do asteroid mining, and one of the main focuses of our work is how do we evaluate those proposals.
So to start, we used a few different data sources. We started off with JPL's small body object database, and we took the orbital parameters of the asteroids, and also the spectral classification. So we mapped the spectral classifications to the elements, and we also utilized some JPL research regarding delta V calculations for spacecraft rendezvous. So I'm going to show a demo of the platform right now. So this is a Rock Mine, the platform that helps you find asteroids to mine. It could have been more than what happened, than what we built, but I'm just going to describe how it works now, and then next we'll describe how we want it to be. But basically, we utilized an open source solar system API, and we took the JPL asteroid data, hooked it up to that open source solar system project, and you would have mission parameters. You select the asteroid, and that's the API we use, and then the asteroid. Okay. Minimize what? Okay. So you click on an asteroid, and then it would highlight the orbit of that asteroid. And right here we have the okay. All right. Okay. So that's just a quick demo of the platform, and let me go back into full screen here. Okay. So basically, the idea is that Rock Mine can be utilized as a platform to, first we start off with the data analysis. So this can be hooked up to a mining operation. So the mining operation would utilize the initial analysis, then send out surveyor satellites to the asteroids, in the near Earth orbit that we've identified as high mining potential. And once we get back more data, it goes into Rock Mine, and then we can send out an asteroid capture vehicle that would be conveniently located in a space station that's orbiting Earth. So the asteroid capture vehicle goes and grabs the asteroid, takes it back to the space station, and at the space station, that's where the mining process would occur. And from the space station, you then send out the resources either back to Earth or a lunar base, Mars, anywhere in the solar system. So we want to create, an industrial center of the solar system. This is just one proposed mining operation, though. Like through this challenge, okay, I just want to say, like, ideally in the future, everyone can input their mining solutions into the platform, and then like it'll be an open source project for asteroid mining, because for us to excel with this, we need to collaborate together, and we don't have like the best yeah, I mean, like, sorry. So, I'm dumping out. So yeah, like through utilizing collaborative mechanisms of open source software and open source mining solutions, we can accelerate our path towards exploring the universe and colonizing space.
So I think we have a couple of questions. I think you have one too. What did you use to create the visualization?
We started doing it on Unity, but we don't have a resource, so I kind of found a renderer that's running like planetary orbit calculation. So I kind of hacked into that renderer, and we wrote our own server API and injected our data that is coming from the JPL small database, and then gave the parameters into the renderer, which is kind of giving the real conditions based on the policy.
So that data was actual data?
Yeah, that's actual data, there's actual positions based on the time. If you see there's a date, and that's giving the positions where the asteroid is going to be at that particular time. And this is 3D. And this is 3D, so we can have multiple orbits. You can have any number of asteroids. Zoom in. These are all the asteroids over there now. And they're like real positions.
Yeah. Then bringing those rocks back to the space station, do you see any issues? It's a very hot topic right now, so it's good. Nice one.
We even have filter tools and like everything filter the asteroids based on what comes from trying to look into and what would be the mission duration, like 20 or 3 years. Kind of like filter sizing the asteroids, and you can pick whatever asteroid you want. But we can quite get the simulations because we don't know how long
Microphone!
And so getting those two to fit together so you can actually do mission simulation. We would like to. Well, of course, it's based on the spectroscopic data, so, but it is queried from the best information available on the database.
Yeah, so very briefly, I noticed those different filters, and you listed a bunch of data sources along the side. I'm wondering if you could very briefly summarize the data integration that happened to pull all those together into this experience.
We started with JPL small volume database, And then within that, we got the orbital parameters, but then it has the spectral classifications based on the color classification and also on the SMASS classification, the more recent one. So we have something like 2,200 asteroids that have some kind of classification scheme so that we can map that to the elements. So we were able to look through the research and identify potential elements and through some really broad estimates could actually come up with potential values. That's where the 6 million based on the diameter of the asteroid as observed and then based on the spectral classification and the elements that might be present.
So you guys put together an algorithm which defined those items, essentially?
Based on some kind of research, it's more like an average kind of composition. But I think given, when we collect more data, you can help develop some machine learning and in the algorithm so you can predict that we can update.
Great, thank you guys. Rock mine. And up next, we have Space Voodoo. Okay, guys, when you come up, the main presenter will use the wireless mic, but everyone else, you can use these mics with the wires. They are live. They work very well. And up next, Scintilla. Scintilla is next. So we now have Space Voodoo. One moment, please. This would be an issue when we go from Mac to PC, Mac to PC. It's only been happening for 20, 30 years. Maybe next year we'll add a challenge. These projectors acceptable things. Questions? We have a great panel here from NASA and JPL. Any questions about Orion or mining asteroids or about this weekend's global space apps in terms of cities or people or anything that we can share? 16 to 17,000 total participants this weekend. That's our part. Fantastic. And we did have some teams over the weekend reaching out to teams around the world and getting information and data. So that was fantastic to see. Using Twitter to reach out, ask questions, and then getting responses back from teams in the space. So really nice to see. Okay, here is Space Voodoo.
Learning in and of itself is a challenge. We can see that in this competition, as well as in the universe as man tries to explore and conquer it. The issue is relearning. What does that involve to relearn something that's intrinsic to our human nature? How can I relearn how to throw a ball, how to catch a ball? Astronauts have issues with PDNIS, which basically means that they suffer a loss of motor control skills, reflexes, and reactionary times that have learned from Earth. So the problem with that is that coming back to Earth, it takes a while to recalibrate the body to what the astronaut was used to. Our issue is that we want to combat this problem via learning how to do these steps, practical physical steps, back in space so that way the astronauts can return home comfortably. Our solution is Space Voodoo, and we will reenact a simulation.
All right, so I'm astronaut Shannon. We have astronaut Bryce over here, and I'm totally gonna get him this time. Okay, so I'm gonna hit him at the left arm, up the speed a little bit, and hit submit. Darn, I missed him. Okay, this time I'm really gonna get him. Center mass, crank the speed, submit. Ha! Gotcha. So, why Space Voodoo? So when we were brainstorming the other day, we were talking about ways that we can have, can you skip a few? Keep going. Yeah. So we were talking about ways that we can help the astronauts maintain their reflexes, their perception of relative speed, and their hand-eye coordination while they're in space. They have an easier time when they get home. And we were talking about, okay, well, we could use VR to throw objects at them and make it like a game. So you essentially have a voodoo doll, and astronaut 1 gets to choose where the object is going to be thrown at astronaut 2. We select a target, generate an image through Unity, portray it through a visual element, and the Xbox Kinect can be used to determine whether the astronaut caught, missed, or was hit by the object. Then through the app we can keep score so it can become a competition, and the Intel sensors can provide a positive and negative feedback, a buzz if you get hit, that kind of thing. So future implementations. So the long-term vision is to be able to customize this for each astronaut. So they'll be able to maybe ride a bike and avoid obstacles around their neighborhood at home, make them feel like they're at home again. Have friendly competitions with their family members. We know there will be a delay, but they'll be able to check in, see, oh, my wife is up 30 points, I better play this and work on my reflexes so that when I get back home, it's back to normal. We want to simulate experiences as if they're at home, make them feel more at home in space. Space Voodoo helps them maintain their reflexes, their hand-eye coordination, and their perception of relative speed while they're up in space for an easier transition back home. Any questions? Do you have any questions?
Just some of the technology that you use. You mentioned Intel, saw Unity. What else did you use to create this?
Can you go back to the architecture slide? So what we envisioned was to use Microsoft Azure to connect the mobile app and Unity. We didn't have access to a VR, like Google Cardboard or HoloLens, but this is the long-term vision. We were able to get the different parts working. We were able to get the sensors working. We have a Rust mobile app and the Unity generation, but we didn't get to integrate them. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Space Voodoo. Up next we have Scintilla. Scintilla. I just heard something, and maybe someone from NASA can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that the astronauts' footprints on the moon in the Apollo mission will stay there, basically as in their current form, for literally tens to hundreds of millions of years. And if they're not impacted by a meteor, that they will actually remain undisturbed. Is that true?
That is true. As a matter of fact, with all of the commercial companies that want to do some of the exploration, we had to put in place a policy to make sure that they didn't land anywhere close to where their footprints are and disturb them because they'll be there forever.
Very cool. And up next, just on deck, is Don't Trash Me. So, and this is Scintilla.
Hello, everybody. We are Scintilla, and our mission for this hackathon was to democratize air quality data. So why does air quality data matter? Well, it causes 2 million ER visits a year. It increases the probability of heart attack and stroke, even in healthy individuals. And finally, it's $106 billion a year in annual healthcare costs. Huge problem, right? So what's our solution? Our solution is twofold. First, to be able to provide easily accessible, locally relevant data to all of you. So that means if you wanted to go out running today and you were in Pasadena, you could log on to our web portal and be able to look up the air quality outside. And if it's a clear, beautiful day like today, it'd say go for it, go out running. However, if maybe you were going through a forest fire like we do every once in a while, it would tell you go to the gym. Maybe it's not the best idea to go outside. Second, track air quality impact on non-critical symptoms. So what does that mean? Well, right now, hospitals and most research universities have a hard time understanding how poor air quality impacts you on a regular basis. If you go into an ER, they can track that. But something like my allergies are blowing up, it's important, they want to be able to track it, but it's very, very hard for them to be able to get that data. So we're going to solve those problems. How are we doing it? Well, at a high level, we're taking qualitative data from the web, from our own web portal, as well as from Twitter. And we're taking quantitative data from KIBS and forest-specific satellites, as well as network sensors on the ground through the EPA. We're putting it together on a Microsoft Azure platform, and then we're putting it out to consumers as well as enterprise partners. So that's high level. Great. Let's get into the really fun part. This is the nitty-gritty. So first of all, sensor networks. Like I said, the EPA already has 4,000 monitoring stations in the US.
But if you really think about it, 4,000 is 1 per every 80,000 people in the United States. That's not really local. So what we propose is increasing that up to 16,000 stations, 1 per every 20. But the problem with that, right, is that it's expensive or it's really difficult. Wrong. So Eric here has actually created our own gas monitoring station, which can pull in a number of different chemical elements as well as dust particulates in the localized zone. And he did it all on an Intel Edison board in the last 24 hours. So our proposal is to be able to take those and put them all across the US on federal or government property. So great, solve the problem for the US. But what we proposed was global. We want to solve this air quality data problem globally. So to do that, we went into space. On the second side here you see is that we accessed Gibbs data, 4 separate satellite data through our browser. And we looked at ozone, we looked at carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, as well as particulate elements. We put it all up into our Microsoft Azure platform, and then we're able to use the EPA's air quality algorithm to output an air quality score for everywhere on the globe. So reiterating that, we're able to tell you how the air quality is everywhere on the globe. So anyone can check locally. And when I say anyone, I'm talking about what you're going to see over here, which is our actual live platform. Eric, if you can step towards me so everyone can see. Thank you. Put it down. Too much. So if you can see it over here, this is our live web platform. And what it allows us to do is put in your location. So Kyle's going to put in a location, and it's going to ping to Bing's platform, and it tells you what your air quality score is locally, or you can check anywhere else on the planet. Not only does it allow you to look at the air quality locally, you can also overlay all of those elements I was talking about. So you're able to look and you're able to see what the sulfur dioxide or the ozone concentrations are all over the globe. Which means you can look and you can see if there's a dust storm in Africa, or maybe there's a fire up in Washington. You're going to be able to track all of those things on our globe, and you're able to check locally. Now, this solves our first problem, easily accessible local data, but not our second. Our second problem was to be able to correlate your sentiment data with our air quality scores. So the second step we took here was to reach out to all of you. We've been asking you to tweet hashtag AirTech. I'm going to talk fast now. Hashtag AirTech. And we were able to use Azure's cognitive sentiment analysis tool to be able to look at all of the tweets you're sending out and geolocate them so we can tell what the sentiment about air quality is all over the globe, which allows us to tie in if you're having an allergic reaction or if the air quality is really beautiful today and you can see the stars. We can take all of that, place it on the globe, which is something that Kyle's doing while I'm talking, as well as pull up sentiment in the locations that you're looking at. This can all be taken off we actually have an open API, and this allows partners like, say, a fitness tracker like Fitbit to be able to integrate the air quality data and send that out as an education point to all of its users, as well as enterprise like hospitals or research universities to be able to synthesize this data and understand the result of poor air quality on people with non-critical symptoms. So allergies, or maybe you just have a cough. So this is the list of all the resources we used, and we are open for questions. Thank you.
So just so I understand, the air quality sentiment data you were scoring with Azure's built-in sentiment analysis tool. Then you're over. What are you doing exactly with it to visualize it on the map?
Well, we couldn't really finish some of that. Kyle, you want to trade out so you can talk from it?
Sorry, you're trying to get everything up here. It was a little hard to do.
I'm really dyslexic.
Sorry, that was the best visualization we had. So we couldn't actually get the sentiment analysis to pipe into a JavaScript query to run onto the globe because we didn't have time. but all the data is there. We have an API endpoint. We use, this is all the backend. So you're seeing, and that's actually a lot of, if you look at the URL.
It says, I just emailed the governor about our air quality and his lack of doing anything about it, and I kind of lost my chill at the end, but it was worth it. And the sentiment was 10%, 0 being low and 100 being good. So I think it works.
I have one more quick question. You mentioned earlier on that the EPA already has a network of 4,000 sensors, and that the Scintilla sensor platform that we just saw on the stage would cover other areas. Are there specific areas in the world that you think the distribution of these two would be particularly heavy in one direction? Is there an area you would want to focus on? Those kinds of things.
So yes, the sensor or the monitor that we're going to have would mostly be in the United States because it's very difficult to get beyond that. I know the EPA does have a couple of sensors, I believe internationally, that are on USMBC soil, but it's only spot data. So we would have to focus on the US, and the goal would most likely be around heavily populated areas. So urban districts would be most likely where we'd want to start.
And the key is that you can calibrate your your satellite data AQI score that's global against ground sensor data that the EPA provides for the US. So the idea is that you can actually get sort of an equivalent AQI score globally by using ground sensor data as a way to calibrate.
It makes it more precise, so this could tell us exactly in Pasadena what you'd be seeing. If you're looking from the perspective of our air quality data, that goes down to, I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, 11 kilometers?
Right. The kind of reach goal that we didn't quite hit was to actually do the calibration against the ground sensor data with the NASA data using machine learning. That's kind of a textbook example of how to use machine learning to train a system if you have a good metric that you can train your data set with.
So I love the vision, and I love where it can go. My mind is spinning. Especially love all the complicated hardware that you put together. What sensors did you have working, and specifically, if you can guesstimate, what's the cost of what you just created?
Okay, so we had a particulate sensor and a overall air quality sensor that measures the number of gases in combination. And if you were to buy it at scale, it would get pretty cheap. Because most of the cost of the components we have is because they're like development boards, and the chips on them can be scaled for production, and the cost would go way down. So probably $30 tops if you made a bunch of them.
That's amazing. I want one in my house.
Any other questions? All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Scintilla. Next is Don't Trash Me. Don't trash me. I don't know if anyone saw this, but we have a poster here that Dr. Kate Stone made with Kiki Wolfkill from Microsoft's 343 Industries. She runs their Halo franchise, and they made it, and it said, they basically added audio to our poster. So I don't know if it's still operational. Anyways, come up and play with it. It does more than that if you have two hands.
Hi, so we're Don't Trash Me, so our challenge was Don't Trash My Drone. I would like to thank Ron and Eric for helping us out. We are high school students, and we came into this kind of blind, and we were introduced into a bunch of new stuff like the Intel Edison and Azure and like Node.js and a bunch of other stuff that we had to do for the past day and a half. So, oh yeah, I'm Dimitri, this is Moises and Sebastian.
So our mission statement for the past 2 days was to find out the best way to get sensors to alert us about our drone's status. So the problem was that thousands of drone owners around the world, due to unexpected wind, water, ice, and objects just around them, are they're being damaged by hitting those items. And the drones are damaged beyond repair, and also at the very least cost a fortune to repair. And sometimes drones accidentally fly into no-fly zones and restricted airspaces without knowing that they're actually there. So we created a solution.
So basically the way, what we did was we used the Intel Edison and the board and the growth kit, and we basically created a little thing that alerts us when we have a set limit, and that set limit is exceeded. So for one example, we did temperature, and let's say the drone can only handle a certain temperature. If it goes above the temperature, the Intel Edison alerts us, and it makes a noise and lights flash. I have a demo for it, if I can get it to work. So we created just a simple website, and we have 4 buttons. 2 is to turn on and off the light for one of the alerts, and we have another alert for height. So the green is for temperature, and the blue is for height. We weren't able to accomplish height, but we did accomplish temperature. So if I press the green button, press off, it turns off. So, whoops. So that's basically what we were able to accomplish. That is our project. Any questions?
So the Sonata, is this a mobile app, and it's going to alert you on your app?
The idea, yes, was it was supposed to be a mobile app, but we don't have much experience building mobile apps, so the best way for us to simulate was through this website.
How did you build the website? Did you use Azure at all for this?
Yes, we use Azure. We use a cloud, and we basically built a server for the website to connect to the Edison through Azure.
How much of what you worked on was totally new and fresh?
For me, it was completely random. I worked with Intel XDK, never worked with it before. I worked with Node.js, never touched it. I've never used one of these boards before, so everything was brand new to me, but it was a great experience.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic. And I can tell you, last year, this room was primarily software. And this year, to see the amount of hardware that people have jumped in on, and it's thanks to Intel for bringing it, and thanks to everyone for taking the leap and jumping in and trying something new. I've seen team after team that is really pushing what they've done previously and expanding that to do new things here this weekend. So that's fantastic to see. And it's cheesy, but you all kind of win by getting the chance to do that in an environment that supports it. So great job. Next, we have Pastoralite. Pastoralite is next, and following them was to be Team Space Junk, but they will not be here, so we can scratch them off. And Astronaut Boot Camp Y to 7, or 4 to 7 probably. Astronaut Boot Camp 4 to 7 will be next after that. So this is Pastoralite.
We are Pastoralite. We did a project for pastoral communities to, we made a web app for them to access weather alerts and hopefully eventually other types of alerts as well. Our focus was, the challenge focus was mentioned Asia specifically, but I think it could work worldwide for pastoral communities. The focus is making it as light as possible so that it can load on as many devices as possible and transferring as little data as possible. So the idea is you can set the direction that you're traveling and it will load, you can load alerts for that area, messages from other users, and weather. Do you want to talk about that, Alyssa?
Yeah, sure. So right now we're mostly pulling from the Open Weather Map API, but we also would like to add information from Earth data, and I think possibly like another iteration to be exposing our own endpoints so that people can grab information that we've collected from our users.
And I just want to say that there's a lot of different data available for different types of alerts. Like there's avalanche data and stuff. So just the idea would be to get as much of that as possible into one location. And we're trying to get as much information as possible at a glance. So it uses an icon system and graded color alerts. It also works for colorblind people, and it shows the direction that the alert exists in from your current location. Yeah, and these are examples of the type of icons and then the type of color grades. This would be how we would choose direction of travel. We're trying to make it as like understandable as possible without using like text. Oh, we should skip this one because I can show them the current. So, do you want to talk about what's?
Right. So our current iteration allows users to input their own alerts. So as they're traveling and they want to warn other people in their community of certain environmental issues, they can go and, like Emily was talking about, the icon-based alert system. So as they enter it, it's grabbing their location and time from their browser, or the browser has a couple of default ways of grabbing information if it's not immediately available that way. And then sending that to our API. It then loads alerts, like again, like we've been saying, like for the direction that they're heading. So alerts that they may run into. Then they can also add messages. And we don't have messages loading quite yet, but that is an iteration of what we'd like to do. And then likewise, whether we have coming back from our API, we don't have it loading on the screen yet. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Aside from the low bandwidth challenge, are there any other challenges that you were really thinking about or could foresee when it comes to something like this?
Yeah, most of it was communication across people who speak different languages. Like one of the more basic things was, in what units do we give them temperature? Yeah, there were a number of concerns like that.
Are the follow-up, is
Yeah.
the icons I saw arrayed there, I'm not familiar with icon design in general. Are those like a common set of icons across the globe?
Oh no, I just made them.
Oh, great.
But I was trying to anticipate like things that would come up and making it as clear as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
I love the idea of the alerts and people being able to just essentially more or less taking a picture of where they are and letting everybody else know. Where are you putting this? Did you use Azure for that, or how did you deal with that?
Yeah, so we used Node.js and Firebase on our backend, mostly because Firebase you can put up so quickly. Yeah.
Just at the place we were at, it was just trying to get everything connected. It took a while, so it was kind of going through the easy route for now, but definitely expanding.
The same question as earlier. Was this new to you, or have you done these type of technologies before?
Yeah, most of it was stuff that we were familiar with. I think thing that we hadn't done a lot of is just vanilla JavaScript, since we're more technical with using frameworks, but you can't use a framework for people who don't have smartphones. Really, it was just very good practice for us to kind of like go back to basics in that way.
In the future, at first we were trying to maybe many iterations later to have development sensors that with hardware that we can send back data into our database, and then other people in the area can access that data.
Fantastic. Up next, astronaut boot camp 4 to 7. And if I can, I hope in the future that calling this out would be weird, but I think it's awesome that we have all of these girl teams, women teams here today. To have team after team that's all women, dominated by women, is fantastic. Coming off of the Women in Data boot camp that we had Friday, coming into this weekend, it's awesome to see it. I'm told that's not normal for hackathons, but I'm glad that it is here. And it's the new normal. And I hope in the future it would be weird to even bring it up. Astronaut Bootcamp 4 to 7, and then after this is Hollow Cube. Hollow Cube followed by Cookie and Falling Stars.
All right, we're your low-tech team on this point. Astronaut Boot Camp 4 to 7 means ages 4 to 7. What I do every day is I motivate kids. And how I do that is through fun experiences, Linky Lights, t-shirts, anything that I can do to inspire a kid to immerse themselves inside an activity that will spur them and things like that. So when we came into this challenge, first let me introduce my team. You've got Stefan Trujillo, he's a space enthusiast and a beginning programmer. And then you've got me, and basically what I do is I've been on the human side of technology. I do user engagement, I bring people to things, and I translate technology, but I don't necessarily do technology. When I started doing things like this, I now understand, by the way, this is Dr. Kate Stone's technology. She left me the tools and the things to do her things. So I've got her board and I've got her things, and a year ago I would not have understood what any of this was. But it's my job to help kids who don't understand what this is to understand that they can do something with it. So the introduction's done. Let's go back when you were a kid, did you know, I mean, for some of the people in the room this does not apply, but for most of us at the judges table, did you know that the internet was coming? Did you know that your life was going to change? Well, how do we as parents or an adult, how do we train kids for a world that we don't even know what to expect? So the vision of where we started was we thought that we would just create an app that was engaging. It would teach STEAM and STEM because that's what's really on top of the list of things. But what ended up happening is after some discussions with astronaut Doug Wheelock, what we found out is that there's more. With the training that he took, the Knowles training, there's values and skill sets that people are asking for in the business world that involve leadership training and values that we're not teaching kids at school. So while my previous years have been focused on girls, in the last 2 years I've noticed that both girls and boys need all the training that we're not giving them at school. So what we did is we decided that we would create a gamified app for ages 4 to 7. Our vision was to use space simulators via Dr. Kate Stone's thing. She left me this fabulous conductive ink prototype to do her thing, but the software didn't quite get transferred, right? So we're just going to explain our vision. So we started with that, but we ended up with an app that helps helps teach the values of Knowles and a few other things that we've added in, because they don't have STEM and C. By creating challenges and missions so that they can learn through play, they'll have encouragement and rewards. So what we did is, so our app is inspired by discussions with astronaut Doug Wheelock, and this would be like a front page. It's actually a property. Because I came from entertainment, we tend to look at the whole thing. So what we wanted to do is create an app, a book with a guidebook for parents. It's a wearable because what we've done is we've created encouragements to launch your mission complete, keep going, you're not quite there yet. Things like that to keep a child engaged. It's also a personal achievement thing with a personal tracker so that you can track the missions that you're on. But it's a whole system for parents and children to work together so that they can have experiences and learn some of the things that they need to learn at a younger age than what they're getting at right now. What I did is we took the Knowles things, which this is a cutoff list, but we took Knowles, we took the talks with the astronaut, we took some of the things that society is telling us that we need, and then we added some of the attributes and traits that were discussed with astronaut. We turned them into a chart from the Knowles thing, and then we came out with astronaut. So here's basically how it works. Start with astronaut stories. There's inspiration inside those stories that were amazing, and from those stories we can then go into activities and challenges, and from the challenges then we can have badges and rewards. Parents and teachers get to award the badges and rewards. There should be a little demonstration for some of the encouragement. Well, some of the phrases that we recorded, whether they come up or not, are launch mission. We end with mission complete. In the meantime, we have keep on going, you're not quite there yet, great job, things like that, so the kid can continue to go through his mission. And I think we're down again. Stop. Basically, what I do on a day-by-day basis is I take kids, I use design thinking, and I try to design experiences that keep them engaged, whether it's t-shirts that make them think I want to do something in space, blinky pens, or boards that begin to talk back to them in music. That is one way that we help to immerse kids inside the new technologies, but I'm really excited with what I learned talking in this entire camp through the weekend, that we can also teach values through the same structure.
Great, thank you. Astronaut Boot Camp 4 to 7. Up next is Hollow Cube. We're down to the...
I guess one question. What new things did you learn from everybody here and that you could apply?
You know, let me tell you what I really learned, and it was off the chart of this. First of all, learning all the technology that went into Dr. Kate Stone's board. And then when we couldn't get it to work, the people that were willing to help, and the amount of resiliency it actually really took for different people who tried the software to see if they could make it work. The fact that they didn't give up and how that applied to the stories that astronaut Wheelock told us, it's like, okay, wait a minute, I'm beginning to connect dots, because with his stories in space, there are consequences. Like, there's consequences here that are so little, it's like, okay, I give up and I'm going, right? When you're out on the outside of a space station and you're making repairs and you don't even have all the tools, the application of, so that would be an application of an inspirational story, applying it back to something that a child can learn, so that we can begin to help to teach the resilience and things like that. So having inspirational stories from the astronauts and centers of JPL are really key to, I think, teaching our youth.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 single-person teams coming up here. Brave souls. So this is Hollow Cube. After this is Cookie, and then we will wrap up with Falling Stars. So everybody be thinking about the People's Choice Award, because you all get to vote for each other. You can vote for yourself, but we will judge you for that. So try to vote for someone else. Find someone else who did something that you enjoy. Okay, Hollow Cube.
Hey everyone, I know it's been a long thing going on, so I'll make it quick. So, Hollow Cube is delivering the wonders of space to kids lesser than 12 years old. So, it's mostly targeted for kids between 5 to 12, and I'll show you why and how. What's wrong with this computer? Maybe not. Everything's stuck. So, the idea is all of us enjoy a lot of things about space, and we have internet, we have mobile phones, we have social media, but none of these can be used by kids who are like less than teens, because they should not be using because they don't have phones, they don't have access to their computer, they shouldn't be having access to computers. Their toys are pretty old and antiquated, if you ask me. Now, I wanted to deliver this experience of space to kids in a way where they learn and they also enjoy. So I developed something called the Hollow Cube. Now, if you watch the movie Star Wars, there's something called holocron, which is kind of the inspiration behind the device. What it does is it's an internet-connected device, super secure, don't worry, which delivers different things about space to kids in their room. So this is a personal device which kids own, and it's a very robust, rugged device which has all sorts of puzzles, which does crazy things. It has like sensors inside which let the kids enjoy doing what they're doing. So I'll show you a little bit of how it works. Another device connected to the internet. Boom. So all of a sudden, one day it will start glowing, and the kid knows what this glow is. This means something interesting is going to happen with the cube, which means either a new puzzle has come in. That means an interesting puzzle is on their way, and they have to solve it. Now, why are we going to solve it? So, imagine a Rubik's Cube in your hand, which has lights all over it like this, which you have to twist and turn and do all kinds of things in order to solve it. The good thing about this puzzle is, because of machine learning and because of the kids, it grows with them. It gets harder depending on their accuracy, depending on how good they are. This cube also has a GPS sensor in it. When you bring it to events, like let's say space apps, the cube knows where it is. So it tries to give you a social profile. On your social profile, there will be a social network just for kids, like your Martian website. So now that I have this, let's go back to that. So Via Martian website is an initiative by NASA and JPL where they try to connect with the scientists and to helping them about space. And kids, again, they get knocked off from this. So I created the Hollow Cube, as I said. Now, when the kids solve these puzzles, interesting things happen. One of these things is a constellation appears from their on their room, on their ceiling. So the kids are going to see this for a limited time because this is going to go away. So the kids, depending on what age group they are, how simple or how hard this is like Orion. I'm trying to match it. So the kids have to remember this because it's going to go away. And now they have to find out what that constellation was. And if you can, I don't know how well you can see this. There are like different things on the device. It's full of sensors inside. So they have to like somehow enter that information or ask their friends about what that particular constellation was. When they do that, they move up in the level. And maybe they get credits for it. Maybe they get some kind of like, social benefits for it. There are a lot of cool things that can happen. So for example, maybe if they solve too many problems, they get a big shot as an astronaut. Or maybe somebody comes to the school and visits them. Another thing is that cube does, if you get like multiple cubes in this room, let's say 50 of us had those cubes in here, we could touch our cubes together and they exchange information and then unlock more badges. And it basically encourages kids to go out there, meet other kids, find more interest. There's like an LCD panel there which will say, hey, today the SpaceX rocket landed back, and it's a great moment for human history. And the kids learn from an early age, which hopefully encourages them, which inspires them to be more creative, to learn more, and then grow into more better scientists and achievers and engineers and all sorts of things. My vision is to make kids' rooms look like this. This is their device. It does. Oh yeah, you find a tune? Awesome. Well, I have my target audience getting excited already. So. And my computer is frozen again. Okay, so that's the basic premise of why I built the HoloCube. There's a bunch more I can talk about. There's a game they can play on. There's like the puzzle solving thing, the star maps, the temperature. Oh, again, now what happens is because every cube is a computational device, when the kids go to sleep and they're charging it, so for example, search for extraterrestrial program, the module does that, and it has like a bar which fills up overnight, and when the kids wake up in the morning, it tells them what it did, what kind of information it processed, why it's important to the world. So imagine so many cubes out there doing all these kinds of wacky things, and there's like ton of things that can happen with it. There can be like quality sensors, air quality sensors inside. You have information about kids where they are, if some danger occurs, their parents are alerted. By the way, every single child security related thing goes through the parents' mobile app. They have like full control over what they're doing. One of the features is also the kids get to friend their friends from school or friend people they meet at events, and that goes to the parent. And then what happens is there's a button, or there's like a sensor there, which when they activate, it randomly connects them to one of their friends where they can like send out a message like a walkie-talkie, and the person can reply back. So I can go on and go on about it, but that's the basic idea. I hope to bring it down to the size of a cube. So not too big, not too small, something they can carry around. And with time, it learns more things. It's also component based. So you can remove a component and put in a new one, and it becomes much more exciting as you go on. And there'll be a variety of shapes and sizes and colors and all sorts of things. Why is this not cool? Okay, forget it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but have you considered productizing this?
Yes. So that's what is in the slide. So the first plan is to go back home and sleep. This is my first hardware hack, and I'm pretty excited about it. This has been kind of my dream for a really long time, and I got the opportunity, I got here. Was there? Wait. Okay, yeah. So it's all, I don't know what's happening, but anyway. So the first plan is to go back home and sleep. The second is to actually build a more polished prototype, which I can then use to demonstrate it to maybe potential investors, maybe to potential market people, do some testing. Hopefully get a 3D printer from JPL, I don't know. And then launch on Kickstarter. The tech I use is Intel Edison. It's connected to the internet. Arduino NeoPixels, those are the cool multi lights which you see. It's still working. And laser lights. The lasers are cool. A big shout out to Ron. Dude, thank you so much. He has this API. So he has this great, amazing company and a great product called Cylon.js, which makes it really easy to program hardware in JavaScript, which is great for web developers like me because I'm primarily a software developer, not a hardware hacker. And I started using things. I got into problems where one of the sensors was not supported. So I'm like, hey Ron, I want to use this sensor. How do I use it? And Ron would go, oh, I need to implement an API for that. And within like 1 hour, 2 hours, he'd send me a message. And this actually happened at 2 o'clock at night. But you were up pretty late, right? Yeah. And then in the morning, he was sending emails about the fixes he was making. It just blew my mind how supportive he was. And the challenge I'm competing for is Earth Life, because I'm trying to use different data sets and different images from the NASA site and any other public forum available there in order to present it in a way that the kids can digest it. Big thanks and shout out to a lot of people here. I might have missed some people here. I'm sorry about that. I'm brain dead right now. And something quit. Okay. Awesome.
And if a kid was laying at home in bed thinking about, I wonder if anybody else is out there, would this help with that?
So this will also have a microphone or some kind of an input device. What exactly I have not narrowed down just yet. So when they speak into it, oh, far out. Oh. Okay, yeah. So, but if they find them, sure, they'll go and talk to them.
I have a question here. As far as the puzzles, can you give me an example of a puzzle and how you would interact with the cube?
So, maybe I'll just so one of the puzzles was so do you see how the different colors on this for now? So this is just for demonstration purposes. What should have happened is my accelerometer should have worked, which it does not right now because it doesn't want to. So it will blink in particular patterns, so you go left, right, left, and you're supposed to twist the box and rotate the box and do certain things. So if you do that accurately enough, that would be great. It can give you a puzzle like spin the box 3 times towards right, or spin the box 3x plus 2y plus some kind of equation for older kids. So if they can find the answer to that and spin it that way, then it unlocks and they have another constellation. So it's like a treasure map mixed with puzzle.
People's choice.
So would these would be tied into SETI, so these would all become source for SETI. Fantastic.
Did you use Azure? I tried to use Azure because I had to connect it to the machine learning component. But for some reason the SAS tokens didn't work, and then I had like so much more to do. I had to figure out. The hardest part, you won't believe, for me was to figure out how I'm going to put these on the box. It was a nightmare. It looks dangerous inside. Look at this. My neighbor was walking by, and the window was open, and there were like these wires and lasers everywhere, and I think he looked frightened. So I had to go back and talk to them. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't work fully here, because as you can see how bright the lights are and how the lasers are everywhere. Even if I have to test something small, I have to like go to another room and try to cover it with paper so that it doesn't like bounce off and go onto somebody, and then debug it, find one bug, come back and fix it. Yeah, it was fun though.
Yeah, don't pick that on a plane. Okay, that is Hollow Cube. Look for it at Toys R Us this Christmas. Next up is Cookie. Cookie? No? We have Cookie. Cookie is coming.
Okay, this is for air check quality. First thing, I like NASA a lot, so I was super stoked about the Space Apps Challenge this year. And then I found out my friend's birthday was yesterday. Then I got really sad, because then I was like, what can I do in 2 hours? 2 hours on Saturday and 6 hours on Sunday. So looked up through that, so figured I can do this air check, which what this thing does is an app where you can put in certain settings that you want to keep track of. For instance, temperature, and then you set in your value that you can tolerate, submit, and then it connects to the forgot to start on the Edison. Okay, that thing crashed. But it connects to the Edison, which keeps track of, it has sensors, currently has a temperature sensor and a sound sensor. It sends all the data to Azure's Internet Hub, and then what this would do is display the current temperature, and when the temperature, or when the levels reach higher than your threshold, it would send an alert on the screen, and would also light up, send through this light, would turn red, and there's also an annoying buzzer. So it notifies you that, hey, danger time, stop doing what you're doing, go away. And that's that app. And to me, the reason why I showed up here, even though I only had 6 hours, or maybe 8 hours on the project, was because I really like NASA. and what I actually started software developing, I decided to become a software developer 2 years ago. And one of the first things I saw was a NASA app contest in 2014, and I was like, oh, that's so cool, but I don't know how to do that stuff yet. So I went to the boot camp, come 2015, by then I had worked about 2 years and went to a couple of hackathons, and I was like, did my first space apps, and I was like really happy that I was able to do a space app with a team. And then come this year, then it's like, well, I've limited time, can I try to at least do something by myself? So that was really interesting. That I was able to do the front end in Angular, the back end in Node with a server, and then do the Node on the IoT device, which runs excellent Cylon, which I've actually met him several times at other hackathons, but I've never actually tried to do an entire project myself. So that was a challenge for me for this thing, and it was so awesome to see so many women here, because that doesn't usually happen at tech things. And I'm actually one of the co-organizers for Women Who Code, and so if anyone's interested in getting more involved with tech and getting more women involved in tech, please see me afterwards, because I actually want to help and get. I wish that every meetup had this many women in it, because normally it doesn't. So that's my spiel.
So I have a question. I see lots of interesting wires and things. I assume this was working earlier. It always happens in a demo.
Yeah.
So have you ever done this before, or did you do all this in 8 hours?
I've done it before, but usually with a lot more help. Like I would have to ask. I usually partner with Eric, who's back there, and I would go, "What's this? How do you turn this on?" And then so this was the first time where I did basically all myself. So that was a goal for me.
So you're gonna make one and have one in your house now?
I actually did one at work. I used it to check our Wi-Fi, because our Wi-Fi signal was so bad that it kept turning off. So I had an Intel Edison at work that would tell me when the Wi-Fi was down.
Okay. We're down to our last team. This is Falling Stars. And when they are done, what's going to happen is the judges and myself will go in the back to review the scorecards and talk about all the great projects that we've seen. It'll take us a few minutes back there. While we're back there, you guys will vote on People's Choice Award. It's not ad hoc. My sister will come up here, I think, and lead you through that. It'll be a simple process. Raise your hand, vote once, Book yourself if you want, but we will judge. And then we'll come back and we'll do the awards and present the winners. So, but it'll take a few minutes to get through everything because we've had a lot of teams here today. So please be patient. Don't leave. Stick around. But that's what will happen after this. But this last team is Falling Stars.
Hi, I'm Omar Rizvi, John Stewart, and Ryan Farias. We're just 3 CS students from UTR, and we're Falling Stars. So we chose the Geotagging Space Challenge, which asked us to come up with a way to learn about space while exploring new regions. Here's a picture of me thinking very hard. We wanted to create an app that encouraged involvement in space, which gave the freedom to learn outside of books and museums, and is driven by the community.
So our app, Falling Stars, allows users to learn information about local meteors, such as mass and the date it fell. We want users to be able to report data about meteor landings as well, and append to NASA's database. We hope that our app can help people approach STEM and space in a fun and social way.
All right, with that, how did we make this app? We utilized a NASA dataset supplied by Sotrata, which contained over 45,000 entries of known meteor landings. Okay, we go on to the demo. So we're in Pasadena right now. We're gonna find the closest meteor landing to our current location. There it is. This one is called Little Rock. Weight 19,050 grams. In 1979 it fell. Now do you guys remember the Russian meteor a couple years ago? Let's do that one. Okay, now let's find that. And there it is. That's the name, and 100,000 grams, 2013. And that's all right. We just want to say thank you, everyone involved in Space Apps. It's been a great experience. And any questions?
I have a question. Pretty awesome. I would go right now. I'm going to go to Lancaster and find that one. Go Palm there. How many did you find? How many asteroids are in this database? The 45,000 is
yeah, over 45,000.
Actual landings?
Actual landings.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's available right now in your app?
Right now. Yep.
And can we get to your app? Is it posted somewhere?
GitHub.
I want to go see some video.
Yeah. So it's on GitHub right now. The only functionality we have so far is finding the closest meteor to the location that you give it. So you can put any coordinates in, and it'll give you the closest meteor landing to that location. So I don't know where this is, but let's see if we can find a meteor. Ramla Wabi.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so thank you, everybody. That was incredible. I know it is not easy. it's not easy to do any of this, but let alone at the end of this to kind of rush towards this last final moment, get up here, have 8 people staring at you, as well as everybody else around the room, get up here, present your ideas, try to think straight on little sleep, and get your thoughts out cohesively. So congratulations to everybody for getting up here and doing that. Very, very cool. So now we're going to take a few minutes to go and sort out our judging. And my sister Sue here will come up and lead you all in your People's Choice Award voting. Okay. So, good luck with that.
Oh, wait, hold on. Almost over. Yeah, good stuff, man. Yes.
Okay, party people, I am officially the sister, and I am here for the People's Choice Award. Are you saying I'm short? Valid point. Alright, so this is going to be the most scientific moment of the weekend. What's going to happen is, I'm going to read a list of names. They're the team names that you all gave us. I'm going to read them in the order you presented. I'm going to tell you in 3 words or less what I understood your presentation to be about, just as a reminder to everybody in case the team name didn't make a big impression. After I say the team name, the 3 words or less to say what you talked about, people are going to do a show of hands to choose if they want to vote for that group. If you want to use your mouth to vote, you may, but you should also raise your hand along with it. I have strategically placed people throughout the crowd to help me keep track of about how many people seem to raise their hands. So if you only raise your hand like this, you may or may not get counted by those strategic people who I may or may not have told are counting. Okay, you see where this is pretty technical. So, here we go. Yeah, you might be counting. If you're related to me, there's a very good chance that you're counting right now. Okay, our first team of the afternoon was Team Hello Kitty Astronaut. They brought Risky the Rover to us. Risky the Rover started off our day. Show of hands if you want to vote for Risky the Rover for a People's Choice Award. All right. Got a sense? Got a sense? Okay. Our next group was Mars 2050. They brought us a cooperative tabletop board game. It's 3 words. If board game is 1 word, I wasn't sure about that. Otherwise, it's 4, and I'm sorry. So, Mars 2050 tabletop board game. People's Choice Award. I like that. Okay. Back to Earth. This was a VR exercise environment. How many VR is 1 word? Okay. Show of hands. Here we go. All right. Okay. Code Flames developers. They had the drone app. The first of our drone apps. Okay. What was that? No, I'm just demonstrating how you vote in case everybody forgot. I mean, I did. Okay, anyways. All right, Team Stardust. They had the Jarvis sensor system. Ooh, I'm going to demonstrate again, just since I've done it this many times. There we go. We got a vote behind us. Don't forget to look left and right. All right. All right, boom, clap with the visualization web app for things that go boom or don't go boom, as the case may be. All right, Drone Fly, our second drone app. This was app for flying drones legally. Oh, we got a few hands in the back. Trying to get Team Star Loop. This was friends and family. Hello, Dad. Are you on Mars, Dad? We have Rock Mine. This was our mining platform for asteroids, where we're going to make billions of dollars mining for asteroids. Space Voodoo. This was the Reflex reality check. I like that one too. I know, you liked it too. It was really good. I thought so too. Where did we go? Scintilla. A Democrat. Oh, they were going to democratize air quality. Yes. Democratizing air quality for everyone globally. Ooh. We like democratization in this world. Okay. Scintilla's up. Don't trash me. Our third of our drone apps is Drone Alerts. Popular with the small set. Pastoral Light. We're apps for people who raise cows. Yes? Sure got that one? Pastoral communities. It's for pastoral communities. All right, astronaut boot camp, 4 to 7. That's ages, not time of day. I have to go sideways. Oh, for Hollow Cube. I can see you guys don't remember this one. It was what it was this cube, and it opened. There was puzzles and lights. Doesn't ring a bell? Nobody? Okay. Too bad. It made an impression on me, but apparently not. You like that one? We have 1 vote. 1 vote in the front. All right. The next one was Cookie with our weather app, air quality app. And our final one was the Falling Stars. You can put them in your pocket, or you can instead put their app in your pocket for meteor landings. Geocaching for meteors. I'm doing it next weekend. Join me.
Yeah. I'll go with you.
So just in case anybody wasn't sure, I think I'm gonna call the People's Choice Award for. Oh no, I'm gonna give it to Hollow Cube. Thank you. Thank all the little people. Right? There's several of them floating around this weekend.
Okay. Well, it's pretty exciting. Yeah, it was fun building it. This is something I wanted to build for a long time. Thank you everybody for helping out, especially Ron, dude. So, it was all you, man. No, hell no. Yeah, it was crazy. Everybody who helped me. Katie, thanks for all the storytelling and pitching and stuff. It's great. Joe. Oh, Joe's my friend. Okay, I'll thank him later. He'll be around. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I guess I'm done. Anybody have any questions? Yeah. Yes. It will be in due time. Hopefully.
You should kickstart it.
Immediate feedback.
Sorry?
You should kickstart it.
Yeah, that's the plan. But before that, I have to learn so many things. And yeah, this is my first hardware hack. I haven't done this before. So just learning basics for like and then trying to fit the wires in. I had a soldering iron. I didn't know what exactly to do. I mean, of course, I knew what I wanted to do with it. And this is going to be easy. You just touch it on the tips and you drop the solder on it, it will work. So I put 2 wires in. It went to the plastic. There was smoke everywhere at 2 a.m. It was bad. I made some of it and then I infused it good. All sorts of experiences. But then I decided I'm not going to solder when I'm half asleep. But I still did. Then I slept for some time. Then Ron got back to fix whatever was happening. So on his Cylon JS thing. Then that happened. I was like, okay, I am done. All I need to do is punch in a little bit of code, write the game, and it's over. I was like, okay, now I have to put it on the box. How do I put it on the box? I have this like 2 microcontroller in my hand with like 2 lights dangling on the side, with like 7 sensors on one side. Like this has to go in a box and look not neat, but at least presentable. So now I didn't have to like punch holes for an X-Acto knife, and that didn't go well, so I had to redo it. It's like all arts and crafts experience. Not fun. I'd rather have a 3D printer that I can code and say, hey, make me that box. And the box is there, and just put everything in and go. But I hope that happened. It happened.
So this is my first Space Apps. I have no idea how long those judges are going to sit in that room and talk about everything you said to them. So I would suggest maybe you refill your water, use the bathroom, mill about, talk to the people you haven't talked to yet, congratulate each other on your presentations, but stick around, the judges will be back out. We'll do a big hurrah.
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh boy. Yeah. Should have come by. We've been working with cardboard all weekend. I have all my tools here. It was tough. I got to play with power. Perfect.
very obvious.
I can have your attention, please. Everyone's trying to make their way down front here. We can get down to business. Okay, so I'll give a moment. We're going to start with our sponsor awards. So I'll give our sponsors a minute to get their thoughts together and do that. And while they are, I would like to thank all of you for being here and participating in this. It has been awesome. There are some of you, quite a few of you, who have been with us this year from the start. You were at the first meetup, the second meetup, the Women to Data boot camp, and here today, which has been just incredible to see. But for those of you who have been at any part of it, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys are what make this awesome. Your innovation, your spirit, your energy, and your dedication to this, and your passion for it is what really makes this such a cool event. It really is kind of unlike anything else that's out there. So I appreciate that from all of you. I also appreciate, with a heartfelt appreciation, everyone who has helped make this happen across campus. Innovate Pasadena, who have been great sponsors. The city of Pasadena has kind of lent their hand unofficially to this and been great facilitators of this. Obviously CDWG actually, and we're great getting involved in this. Socrata, Intel, and Microsoft especially stepping up as the title sponsor and enabling this to happen bigger, better, faster, stronger than last year. I appreciate all of your help, all of your input. Second Muse worked tirelessly on this. I don't actually know what time zone they're in because they never seem to sleep. I did find out they're on the East Coast, but you could never tell from how active they were and how dedicated they were to this. So I thank them for that. I thank Beth Beck, who's in the back there on her phone. She's the one who got me involved in this. I've known Beth for close to 10 years now, and we were putting posters up and paper on tables the other night, and we were the only two of us in here. And I looked there, I'm like, how did this happen? That this is what we're doing. But yes, couldn't have asked for a better person to bring me into all of this. Everyone in NASA who has helped, everyone at JPL who has helped, Deanne helping with judging, everyone, I appreciate everything you've done, truly. So thank you. So now let's get to some judging and some results and some winners. I would like to call up first Socrata. Would it be Kathy? Oh, Kathy is? Okay, Kathy and Kristen from Socrata.
Hi everyone, what a great weekend. We're so inspired by so many of the great presentations earlier this afternoon. And Christian and I are honored to be with Socrata and have this be an opportunity for us for the second year to be one of the judges to announce the award for the Socrata Challenge. For the Socrata Challenge, we decided to choose one of the teams that used the data.nasa.gov and the best integration of data that was made accessible onto the platform. And the winner is RockMine.
We'll take a quick picture with you, but we also just want to say we were very impressed at the data sets that you chose to integrate. There are quite a variety, including the JPL small body one. You had a working prototype, which is always good. And we loved in particular the call to action at the end, which was this is an open source approach to identifying asteroids for eventual mining. Pretty cool.
Fantastic. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Socrata, thank you. In addition to sponsoring the event, they had their hand in, I think, every team this weekend, supplying them with data, helping them connect the dots. Their little office there set up was busy throughout, and I appreciate all of the help, and I'm sure all the teams do as well, so thank you very much. Next, Rob from Intel. And Intel, this is if you saw last year's event and this year's event, a key difference between the two was hardware. Last year we had hardly any hardware. And this year, I don't know that there was a team that didn't at least play with hardware, and that was thanks to Intel. So.
Woo! Yeah!
Thanks for everyone. This is a really great opportunity for me and my Intel Innovator team here to get out and work with you guys. Saw lots of those green boxes out there where everybody's using those Edison boards and the grow kits. Really an honor for us to sponsor. So without further ado, our winner is
HoloCube.
And I'm going to have our future innovator, Intel Innovator, present a gift for you. Here you go.
Okay, now finally, Microsoft Azure. And a little thing about this, so we had a series of meetups, if anyone doesn't know, we had a few meetups prior to this event, and it was to help prime everyone of what the challenges were, who our sponsors were, what tools they were helping to make available to everyone. And coming out of the first meeting, we had teams say how happy they were to learn about Azure and about what was possible with it and what was available to them. And it turned them on to using product they weren't using before and diving in and learning about a new product, which was exactly what we were hoping for. So it was just cool to see it. So I'd like to bring Brett up, who was at the first meetup, and you may have seen him in a video saving a Martian. So.
Yeah, he made it home safely, so that's awesome. A ton of great teams, and it was really so inspiring. My favorite thing about hackathons is seeing what people produce at the end of them. So fantastic job. I think it's safe to say they dared mighty things. So good job, guys. We actually had a challenge for the best use of Azure. A lot of fantastic uses out there. We actually decided at the end that we were going to go ahead and award 2 teams. So we're doubling our prize allotment here, so that's awesome. So the first team we went with, we felt like they really sort of took an innovative approach to solving real-world health issues. They sort of used a number of different services in the Azure family, and so for that we'd like to award Scintilla. And so for the prize here, we're giving them each $250 a month of Azure usage for a year, as well as Microsoft Band. So we'll get your contact information afterwards, but here's your Azure passes, so I'll let you pass those out there. So one of the great things about this was, they were using virtual machines. We got cognitive services tied in there, and I feel like you kind of really embraced the spirit of the cloud with your solution there. So congratulations, Team Scintilla. So the second team that we're awarding, I think, really dived in on the hardware side of stuff. And not only that, they were a large team, but managed to pull together, I think, everybody on the team in a really productive way. Every time you looked at that table, they were all sort of cranking away on telling the story, or building the content, or writing the web app, or working on hardware, or solving problems, or whatever. So anyhow, Team Stardust, fantastic job. We love it. Go on up, Justin. There's your passes. So again, same price, $250 a month of Azure usage for a year, and Microsoft banned V2s. Right? I think there were a lot of teams using sort of the IoT hubs and stream analytics and event hubs and all that kind of stuff. You guys sort of took that foundation and really expanded on it and sort of grew it into something that was a little more custom. So really appreciate it. Good job. Thanks again, Joe.
Thank you. So there's one other group that I would like to thank in all of this, and that is Cross Campus. We are in Cross Campus's facilities here. Dan Dado, Becky Feldman, they are the first two who got on board when I started this last year. So I was new to Pasadena, talked to Bev, said yes, and kind of sat back and thought, well, where do I start? And so I sent out some messages, and Becky and Dan got back and they said, we're in. They hadn't even opened yet, the building here. So it was literally, we're in, we don't know how we're in, but we want to do it. And ever since then, they've been great partners. Couldn't have done it without them, and I appreciate all the hard work. So thank you, Cross Campus. Okay, so now our award winners that will go up to the Global Challenge with NASA. I will start with second place. The second place winning team is Team Stardust.
All right.
And once we'll let them get up here. And then Gail Allen from NASA is going to say a little bit about them and what really struck a chord with this project. So, and she'll give you a little insight into what is happening with NASA that I think you'll find very interesting. So.
Okay, so what I wanted to mention is that even though the focus was on suits and the redepositing of the dust, the lunar or Mars dust on suits, one of the things we discussed, and it's important to NASA, is another application we were looking at for this sensor, which would be, we are getting ready to, we're worried about planetary protection. So every time we launch a vehicle to another planet that or object in the space that could have had life on it in the past, we have to make sure that we sterilize the whole entire vehicle to make sure that we're not contaminating the planet or the body that we're going to. But in our next launch in Mars 2020, we're actually going to be caching a sample from Mars to bring it back. So we also have to worry about bringing contamination back to the Earth. So in the meantime, when we decide what year will be that we bring that back, it'll take us months and months and months to get the sample back from Mars. And in the meantime, we'll be building special containment facilities for that sample, as well as making sure that the samples are enclosed in triple bagging. If we could have a sensor that could be enclosed in the containment facility with or containment bags with the sample as it's coming back from Mars, we could be very cost effective in not having to build a facility for certain contaminations that we might be anticipating and in reality not have to deal with. So we really thought this was a really effective use of the sensor.
And you will also get you'll get frameable versions of frameworthy versions of our poster this year. JPL would like to invite you to tour their facilities, and Cross Campus would like to invite you to continue your work here at their space for a time. So please see me afterwards, and we'll help you with all of that. But congratulations and good luck. And good luck. Now the envelope. Dirty piece of paper. Our first place goes to, and this was a unanimous choice, kind of first ballot Hall of Fame nominee. Our winner for first place of the 2016 Space Apps Pasadena Challenge is Scintilla. So, and we have the whole group of people who want to talk about this one, but we'll invite up Tom and Renee.
So, the thing about winning is hard. First of all, you are all winners. You are all creating a future that will impact humanity. So I want to start by giving you all a hand, because it was amazing. But we had to pick somebody. So we picked Scintilla, and in particular, it was an extremely good use of data. Both other data from NASA and data that can be crowdsourced. It was extremely innovative use of hardware, and the box, and the fact that it can be made for $30 and can help something that is so important, the air quality. And it was very inspirational and extremely well told, and it was an extremely worthy winner. So I'm pleased as punch to be up there with you.
I think the only thing we'd add is wow, right? Wow to the event, to all of you, and to the team here for you guys. So I spent 25 years in EPA. And I did land-based cleanups. And so when you were doing your presentation, it reminded me of a personal push that I was trying within the agency when they were working on benches. As I said, why did we come up with benches? You know, that's just, it's too expensive, and there's too many ways to interfere with humans actually sitting on the bench, using it, which they shouldn't do, right? To do that. And so I was always trying to push for what is out there, and we need to get the sensors there. So I was talking to these guys, I said, this sort of, I landed in two places. One is that all I think the federal government needs to do, or with the states and tribes, because tribes also, Navajo Nation has an air program to it, there aren't many tribes that do, is to just do standards, so that when the equipment is out there, as long as it follows those standards, the information can be used for decisions. Since every environmental decision is extremely challenged in court, to do that, we needed defensible data, and so immediately just said, thank you guys for making this, world accessible and doing that. And the second thing is just sort of a public service announcement is one of the things I was hoping you would say when you're showing the globe is the recontamination of air pollution to water. And water is, potable water is an enormous issue for this planet. And I kept like, let's talk water, do this. I kept trying to, I was going to ask questions, and I said, no, I would geek out on you too much if I did that. To do that, so this is just a reminder as you guys continue to progress on this one. Know that the NOx and SOx and the leads that get into the air, get ambient, get to be a real problem for water sources and that. And so we really are connected to our planet, and we rely on her quite a bit. Glad we're discovering Mars, just in case we really mess up, to do that. But I just will push you guys just a little bit further in terms of that issue as well. But nice job, thank you. Yes.
And for you also, we have a few things. Across campus, we'd like to invite you to use their space to continue your work, to maybe add a water element to it, would be fantastic. We have, JPL would like to invite you to come and tour their lab, which some of you have seen, but it would be a fantastic day. And finally, we have some posters for you signed by the artist Tom DeLong for you to take home as well. So congratulations, good luck at the Global Challenge. And also I want to touch wood and thank, because we were all in the other room, but you guys selected a People's Choice winner. Have you called him up? Have you given him a round of applause? All of you, we all like to So, thank you to everybody. We have some snacks, some treats over here, some of Mary in the Kitchen's finest cookies, and some milk. So everyone can just kind of hang out, chill out. There are posters like the ones on the wall for all of you in the back, so be sure to grab one of those. Thank you all for attending and coming. This was a great event, and hopefully see you next year.
So we have to stay and fill out info, right? And then we're going to also do an interview with them. So you just got $2,000 worth I think they're going to interview us. We have to show them that we're working. Oh, okay. I'm not into it. We have to go ready to move. Eric's right over there. They make live look a lot Thank you so much for the cookies.